Thank you for stopping by the stream. I'm trying to finish up setting up. I apologize for the wait or the inconvenience. Thunder. What's going on, my man? Thanks for stopping by. You know, I'm like the Wizard of Oz right now, back here behind the scenes, trying to get everything straightened out, if that's even a possibility for me. I'm one of them. All right, so I'm here in some courtroom. Things around. No, but in all seriousness, I'm trying to get this volume right. Tommy, where you at? I need you, bro. I can't eat, goddammit. Wow, this is crazy. It doesn't give me an accurate idea of what you guys are hearing. I apologize for putting the stream out so far. I just couldn't find an exact time when they were starting. It's probably gonna hurt me more than anybody else. But We're all Ferrari'd up today. I'm heated, bro. I'm heated. Sick. Finding out information about this case. Boy. Let me tell you. Let me be the first to tell you. Actually, let me be the last to tell you. If we're keeping it real. This right here. Uh-oh. So all this, right? Yesterday, I'm thinking, they're going to be a trial. I don't know what's going on. I'm reading conflicting things where some news outlets are saying that the other two involved completely dismissed, charges gone. They're not even, I don't know what's going on. They were supposed to be facing trial coming up. We had two more. Nah, I don't think that's happening. As far as it stands right now, from what like I said, I'm getting mixed reviews here, or not reviews. I'm getting mixed things from these news outlets. Yeah, following them is not a good idea because rarely do they have the things right or put it out there correctly. But yeah, obviously, I mean, we all know that. That's why we're here, right? So, yeah, the other two, their cases have been dropped. So, him being a key witness, guessing, the snitch card worked for him. How that works, I don't know. That just makes me even sicker. And then you got the other one. And she's just as disgusting. I hope they both choke. It's just my feeling. No, my feeling, my opinion. I don't know why I scheduled this thing out so far. I know we're like an hour or a little more ahead over here on the east side. Yeah. Oh, Judge. I gotta get on this, man. I gotta get my shit together here. I'm starting to make this very manageable platform unmanageable. Scully wants to smoke cigarettes, so I'm gonna let him do that before we get started. Finish up these texts. And here we go anyway.
I emailed both sides the copies of the charge. Did y'all get those?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any objections or additions for the court's charge?
The only thing that I could think of, Your Honor, was on the tampering charge.
Yes.
On the verdict form, and the language in there, that it specified the two-way human corpse to distinguish between the physical evidence of third degree and physical evidence of human corpse of second degree.
Well, it's guilty as charged. I mean, we don't put, found guilty of murder with a knife or gun.
I agree. I completely agree with that. Just that when there's a
No, I'm aware. But it charged. If there was a lesser included, I could see your point with that, but,
Understood.
I'll note your exception for the record. Anything else from the state regarding the charges? And you have the one where I excluded the sharp object?
Yes, I saw that, Your Honor. And then I believe Ms. Botello sent an email suggesting just a change in form in how it read.
On the,
It looks like on the...
I'm sorry, on the murder charge?
On the tampering charge.
All right.
Formal on the tampering charge, that it was did in there, alter, destroy, or conceal a thing to a human corpse, knowing that an offense had been committed to it, murder, but that obviously it tracked the language of the statute, so there's no error either way. So that was kind of just her email this morning.
Well, hold on. All right, well, I'll look at it.
Go ahead, Sully. Do
Okay.
your thing,
Anything
Sully.
else from the state?
No.
Come on, man. Make it
And
quick,
anything
too.
from the defense?
Your Honor, we're just re-urging that a 3823 instruction be added to both charges. We sent to you and the state Robertson, which is the case law that we're relying upon. We believe we've met the 3 requirements under Robertson, that the evidence must raise an issue of fact, that the evidence on that fact must be affirmatively contested, and that the contested factual issue must be material to the lawfulness of the challenged conduct in obtaining the evidence. We have met that 3-pronged test, we believe, and we are asking for those instructions to be met. We believe by giving this 3823 language in the instruction, this would protect our clients' constitutional rights under the Texas and U.S. constitutions and codified laws.
I think you can distinguish Robertson in that the exception under 3823B, wherein the officers were relying on, in good faith, on a search warrant that was signed by a magistrate. The court found, excuse me, that those affidavits were sufficient, and therefore your request is denied, and your objection to the charge is overruled.
Your Honor, in order to preserve the record, we would like to continue our objection on this, and
I will give you a running objection to the lack of a 3823 charge in the jury charge, and note that your error, or any error that you're alleging, well, your objection is preserved, rather, not error, but your objection is preserved.
all right, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Is there anything else from the defense?
Nothing else from the defense on the issue of the jury charges, Your Honor.
All right, then, Ms. Dykes, you need to retake the witness stand. The defendant is on cross-examination. All right, then we're ready for the jury.
All right.
Ms. Pittman, you have the witness on cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Dykes, we left off yesterday, we were talking about Kyle Williams. And Kyle Williams is your son, is that right?
Yes,
He's your youngest son, is that correct?
yes,
And he's the one that actually introduced you to Chuck, is that correct?
yes,
He was the manager of the bar at on-premise, and he actually initially hired Chuck as a doorman and a bouncer, is that right?
yes,
And, you know, Kyle knows Dax, Kyle knows Freddie, and Kyle knows all those guys down there that hang out at the on-premise on a regular basis, is that right?
he knows the ones at on-premise, yes,
Okay. And Kyle is still here locally in Dallas, is that right?
yes,
Now, all the rest of your children, Aaron and Chelsea, were living with you in Mesquite, the 3113 Kensington house, and they all moved back to Florida, but Kyle stayed here in Dallas, is that right?
yes,
And you and Kyle are really close, is that right?
yes,
You guys talk frequently, and throughout the course of when you left Dallas, you continue to stay in communication with him, is that correct?
yes,
Now, we were talking yesterday about Kyle, and as I said, you have continued to talk to him up until today, is that right?
yes,
I mean, as often as you can.
yes,
Now, you told Kyle, or you became aware through Kyle in a phone conversation that the DA's office was trying to contact him, didn't you?
I'm not aware of that for sure, I don't remember that he mentioned anything like that.
You know that he called you, or you called him, and he told you that we had gone out to his apartment and left a business card out there, right?
I don't remember him saying that specifically.
And he told you that he thought it was the neighbor that kind of ratted him out as to where he lived, right?
I really don't remember him saying anything like that.
And he later told you that he had gotten a subpoena via text message from us, right?
He mentioned he had gotten a subpoena via a text message, and I told him I wasn't sure if that was correct service of a subpoena.
Because you know the law and you know your way around the courtroom, right?
I do know about subpoena service, yes.
And you couldn't get a hold of, you were talking to Aaron, again, you talk to him frequently as well, right?
I do,
And you were talking to him last week, just last week on October 8th, I'm sorry, not October 8th, December 8th, weren't you?
I don't really know the date. I talk to Aaron when he's off and I can catch him, so.
Okay, and he's off around 7:33 or 6:33 at night, isn't he?
It depends on the route he runs. He's an armed guard.
Okay, and and that's what he was doing when he was here. He was working when he was in Dallas, wasn't he?
Yes,
Okay, and was Chelsea working when she was in Dallas?
no,
But Jimmy was working at the Amazon
Yes.
place, right?
mhm,
The phone number you use for Aaron is 407-412-1331, is that right?
yes,
And when you call, and you talk for several minutes, 10, 15 minutes, somewhere around there sometimes.
yes,
And you recall, I mean, you know that Aaron was talking to you about the trial, was talking to you about Kyle, and telling him that Kyle needs to communicate with you, right?
I don't remember specifically the
Okay, but that sounds
conversation.
about right, doesn't it?
Can you repeat it?
That you were talking to Aaron and telling him that Kyle needs to communicate. You need Kyle to communicate more.
With whom? Like,
With
I
you.
don't know, like, well, I talk to him every day, so that doesn't necessarily make sense.
Okay? And Aaron told you that, or you told Aaron that Kyle doesn't need to show up. Is that right?
I don't even know what that context would be.
Okay. Well, Aaron told you that Kyle was going to come to trial on Monday, and you said, he does not need to come to court on Monday, and I told him that. Do you recall that?
I don't specifically recall these conversations because, again, I talk to the kids like all the time, so.
And you asked Aaron to make sure that Kyle knows, no, do not come to the courtroom. Aaron asked you, is this because of the subpoena? And you replied, yeah, like, I'm not going to say anything more than that. Do you remember that?
No,
Okay, do
No.
you need to hear that phone call to refresh your recollection of it?
I wouldn't, it wouldn't make a difference if I heard it. Like, I don't really recall having said that, but
So if you heard your voice and you heard Aaron's voice and you heard that conversation, are you telling this jury that just wouldn't refresh your recollection at all about the conversation?
I don't remember having said it. Like, I talk to my kids every day, so
Your Honor, may I have the witness and defendant listen to her jail call from that particular day to refresh your recollection?
You can. Are there any earphones, and can you take the laptop up there for the proper refreshing of her recollection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any earphones for this?
1 second, Your Honor. Thank you. Your Honor, if I may, I can grab something for you.
That'd be great, rather than send the jury out.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. But if not, you can do that. Oh, excellent, thank you.
Judge, can I move that?
You can put it on the floor.
Okay, thank you. Judge, I'm gonna sit in this chair if that's okay.
That's totally fine. It'll go on.
No, with my luck, it'll fall.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bertram.
Just real quick, I want to say thank you for coming in. I'm gonna try something that I don't normally. I might try something I don't normally do, and I don't want the stream. If this starts getting goofy, can somebody please let me know in the chat? I'm having a hard time monitoring some things, and I have a feeling that the stream has been getting a little screwy. Now everybody's going. All right. Well, thanks for swinging by. You rock.
Can you hear?
I can.
into the portion we've been talking about.
Ms. Dykes, did that refresh your recollection of that call?
It did, thank you.
Okay, and, I mean, what I was asking you about, the fact that you're talking to Aaron and you're discussing Kyle's appearance here in court, you told Aaron, he does not need to come to court Monday. I told him that, is that right?
I did.
And, she asked Aaron to make sure that Kyle knows, no, do not come to the courtroom, right?
Yes,
And Aaron asked, is this because of the subpoena, is that right?
yes, he did.
And you said, yeah, like, I am not going to say anything more than that, right?
Yes,
Okay. Now, Nina actually met Bill when she was like 16, is that right?
I'm not sure exactly the age that Nina met Bill, but she was young.
Very young, right?
I think it was after she graduated high school, so I'm going to say she was probably 18 or so.
And they got married shortly after, right?
I believe so.
She never had kids of her own?
No,
Now, you made it a point on direct yesterday to tell the jury, Chuck's a violent man, didn't he?
I did.
And you were so scared of Chuck that after you met him, you bought him a car, right?
I did buy a car, yes.
And you had to move into your house after your daughter and son and brother moved out, just within weeks, right?
Yes,
You invested in his rap career,
I did.
right? And even after he produced something like Defense Exhibit 7, that rap video, you continued to invest in his rap career, right?
I did.
You were so scared of him that you got matching tattoos with him, didn't you?
I did.
You were so scared of him that you brought Nina, your best friend of 14 years and now wife, around this man, didn't you?
I did.
You were so scared of him that you chose his last name after getting married to Nina, right?
I chose Beltran.
And you were so scared of him that when he had a rap show in Arkansas, you paid for the rooms, you paid for the van, you paid for the slot, and you and Nina went up there to the rap show, right?
I did.
You were so scared of him that when this all happened and you learned that the FBI was looking for Chuck, you met him in Pennsylvania, 45 minutes away from where Nina's house was. Is that right?
I did.
In fact, can I push the honor, the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
In states 404, I mean, that's a map where East Stroudsburg is compared to the city of Bethlehem that you said he just showed up at with no notice. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, state moves to admit states 404 for all purposes. Tender to defense counsel.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 404 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
I mean, this is 37.1 miles away, right?
Yes,
He didn't know where to go. He went to Bethlehem and called you, and you met him there.
actually, he did know the address of the house.
Now-
Exactly.
You were so scared of him that you all got him a passport in Buffalo, New York, didn't you?
We did.
You were so scared of him that you actually paid off his child support so that he could go with you to Mexico.
We did.
You actually left him in Mexico, didn't you?
We did.
You bought him a Jeep, didn't you?
No, we bought the Jeep for me.
You let Chuck drive the Jeep, didn't you?
He did drive the Jeep, yes.
And when you all left him in Mexico, you left him there for a couple weeks, didn't you?
We did.
And yet you went back and drove from Pennsylvania all the way down to Mexico to pick him back up, didn't you?
We did.
And when you picked him back up, you guys went to Albuquerque and you drove in 2 separate cars with Chuck all the way to Miami and let him move in Miami into the Miami apartment with you.
We did.
And then when he left that Miami apartment is when Nina got arrested and then you got arrested and then he was away from you, right?
Yes.
You did a lot of things to make sure that you stayed in contact with Charles Beltran, even though you had the opportunity when he went to Mexico to leave him there, didn't you?
We didn't feel that we really had any kind of choice in this. Ever.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Ms. Dykes, this is State's Exhibit 5, which has been admitted for record purposes. Is this just an identical copy of that, and this one's just typed, is that correct?
It appears to be.
Your Honor, we would like to offer State's Exhibit 403 for all purposes. Defense counsel.
Oh, no objection, Judge, it's been approved.
Is that 2 pages?
It's just 403 that we're entering into admitting into evidence, just 1 page for the calendar.
Right. State's Exhibit 403 is admitted for all purposes.
Your Honor, pass the witness.
Can you read the record?
No, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I do need to send you out of the courtroom for just a few minutes, but we'll have you back in 5.
All rise.
All right, you may be seated. Dykes, you can go back to your place by your attorney. All right, now that we are outside the presence and hearing of the jury, Mr. Brown, the court has reviewed the jury charge language in the tampering case and the state's request to modify it as to form, for it to read more easily. I do think the way that you've written it does make more sense. However, the charge not only tracks the statute, but it also tracks your indictment. So I'm gonna leave it the way it is, the way you all have charged it, the way it reads in the indictment, so. I do think that if you were to indict future cases with that form change, I think that would probably suffice. All right, do you have any other witnesses to call, Mr. Harris?
No, Your Honor, I anticipate we're going to rest.
All right. We will then have arguments of counsel. Will the state open?
Yes, Your
How much time do you want?
How much time, that's up to you. How much time total?
Do you want, I mean, I'll give you, it's been a long trial. Do you want 45 minutes? I mean,
45 minutes would suffice. Yeah, hopefully we get some of that time back. But
I anticipate we would.
Mr. Harris, will 45 minutes?
Yes, Your Honor, I anticipate that will be sufficient.
All right. Mr. Brown, since you're going to open for the state, what kind of warning do you want? How much time?
you let me know when I've used 10 minutes, and then I'll wrap up quickly after that.
All right. And Ms. Pittman?
Your Honor, if you'll just let me know when I have 2 minutes left.
Mr. Harris?
Yeah,
how
2
much-
minutes, Judge.
Okay. All right, so when the jury comes in, the defense will rest, both sides will close, and then I will read the charges. Is there any objection to the court? I will read the murder charge in its entirety, and then read the tampering with physical evidence charge, up until the point both charges are identical, and then the verdict. Is there any objection to the court doing that?
None from the state.
Not from the defense, Judge.
All right. I'll give you a few minutes to gather your thoughts and prepare any evidence that you want to show.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Sadler, Ms. Garza, I'm sorry to interrupt. Would you let the jury know we're on a 10-minute break? Thank you. They can get Scooby snacks. Who said that? Oh, hello. Good morning, Ms. Barker. Good morning. I like your tone on tone. I'm wearing tone on tone today as well. Yes. Shamelessly copying Ms. Myra McIntosh. She is very stylish.
I apologize. I'm over here. I'm dealing with a couple of technical things. It should only be about 2-3 minutes. Not that you're here for me. This isn't me too. It's YouTube, and I appreciate you for being here.
All right, we're not on record, but Mr. Wood, I do see that, Mr. Brown, I don't know why I'm calling you Mr. Wood.
We didn't lose sound, just a heads up.
Hi, Mark Barden at Sandy Hook Promise here. When the gunman
You may be seated. All right, Mr. Harris, call your next witness.
Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the defense will rest.
All right, what says the state?
Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state closes its case.
Defense also closed session.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have now heard all of the evidence that you are to hear in this case. The court has prepared the court's charges to the jury in each case. I will read these to you. This is the law that you are to apply to the evidence in this case. You do not have to memorize this. These two charges will go back to the jury room with you. Court's charge to the jury. Members of the jury, the defendant, Lisa Dykes, has been charged by indictment with the felony offense of murder as alleged to have been committed on or about the 5th day of October 2020 in Dallas County, Texas. To this charge, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. Offense definitions. Our law provides that a person commits the offense of murder if she intentionally or knowingly causes the death of an individual, or if she intends to cause serious bodily injury, or intentionally or knowingly commits an act clearly dangerous to human life that causes the death of an individual. Term definitions. An act means a bodily movement, whether voluntary or involuntarily, and includes speech. Person means an individual. Individual means a human being who is alive. Deadly weapon means a firearm or anything manifestly designed, made, or adapted for the purpose of inflicting death or serious bodily injury, or anything that in the manner of its use or intended use is capable of causing death or serious bodily injury. Bodily injury means physical pain, illness, or any impairment of physical condition. Serious bodily injury means bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death. Serious permanent disfigurement or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ. Mental state definitions. A person acts intentionally or with intent with respect to a result of her conduct when it is her conscious objective or desire to cause the result. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge with respect to a result of her conduct when she is aware that her conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. Party liability. A person is criminally responsible as a party to an offense if the offense is committed by her own conduct, by the conduct of another for which she is criminally responsible, or both. A person is criminally responsible for an offense committed by the conduct of another if, acting with intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense, she solicits, encourages, directs, aids, or attempts to aid the other person to commit the offense. Mere presence alone will not constitute one a party to an offense. Accomplice witness. Upon the law of accomplice witness testimony, you are instructed that Charles Beltran was an accomplice if any offense was committed as alleged in the indictment. With this in mind, you are further instructed that you cannot convict the defendant upon Charles Beltran's testimony unless you first believe that his testimony is true and shows the guilt of the defendant as charged in the indictment, and then you cannot convict the defendant unless Charles Beltran's testimony is corroborated by other evidence tending to connect the defendant with the offense charged. The corroboration is not sufficient if it merely shows the commission of an offense, but it must tend to connect the defendant with its commission. And then from all the evidence, you must believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the offense charged against her. You are further instructed that mere presence of the accused in the company of an accomplice witness shortly before or after the time of the offense, if any, is not, in itself, sufficient corroboration of the accomplice witness's testimony. Application paragraph. Now, if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 5th day of October 2020, in Dallas County, Texas, the defendant, Lisa Dykes, acting alone or as a party, did unlawfully then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of Marisela Botello, an individual, hereinafter called deceased, by stabbing deceased with a knife, a deadly weapon, or If you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 5th day of October 2020 in Dallas County, Texas, the defendant, Lisa Dykes, acting alone or as a party to the offense as defined herein, did unlawfully then and there commit an act clearly dangerous to human life, to wit, by stabbing deceased with a knife, a deadly weapon, and did hereby cause the death of Marisela Botello, an individual, then you will find the defendant guilty as charged in the indictment. If you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the defendant and say by your verdict, not guilty. Indictment. An indictment is the means whereby a defendant is brought to trial in a felony prosecution. It is not evidence of guilt, nor can it be considered by you in passing upon the question of guilt of the defendant. The fact that a person has been arrested, confined, indicted for, or otherwise charged with an offense does not give rise to any inference of guilt at the trial. Presumption of innocence. All persons are presumed to be innocent, and no person may be convicted of an offense unless each element of the offense is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The law does not require a defendant to prove his innocence or produce any evidence at all. The presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit the defendant unless the jurors are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt after a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence. Instruction regarding bias. You are instructed that jurors must be able and willing to make careful and impartial decisions that are not based on bias or prejudice. Do not let any personal bias, prejudice, sympathy, or resentment on your part, or any such personal emotion on your part, enter your deliberation or affect your verdict in this case. All persons deserve fair treatment and equal justice under the law, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. You must set aside your own personal biases and prejudices during your deliberations and base your verdict on the evidence. Decisions based either wholly or in part on unfair stereotypes have no place in a criminal trial and will taint any verdict which is not based solely on the evidence and these instructions. Burden of proof. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty, and it must do so by proving each and every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. And if it fails to do so, you must acquit the defendant. The burden of proof in all criminal cases rests upon the state throughout the trial and never shifts to the defendant. It is not required that the prosecution prove guilt beyond all possible doubt. It is required that the prosecution's proof excludes all reasonable doubt concerning the defendant's guilt. In the event you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt after considering all the evidence before you and these instructions, you will acquit her and say by your verdict, not guilty. Evidentiary instructions. You are instructed that if there is any evidence before you in this case regarding the defendant having committed any offenses other than the offense alleged against her in the indictment in this case, you cannot consider said evidence for any purpose unless you find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed such other offense, if any. Even then, you may only consider the same in determining the state of mind of the defendant. Motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, identity, or absence of mistake or accident of the defendant, if any, in connection with the offense alleged against her in the indictment. At times throughout the trial, the court has been called upon to pass on the question of whether or not certain offered evidence might be properly admitted. You are not to be concerned with the reasons for such rulings and are not to draw any inferences from them. Whether offered evidence is admissible is purely a question of law. In admitting evidence to which an objection is made, the court neither determines what weight should be given to such evidence, nor passes upon the credibility of the witness. As to any offer of evidence that has been rejected by the court, you, of course, must not consider the same. As to any question to which an objection was sustained, you must not conjecture as to what the answer might have been, or as to the reason for the objection. You are instructed that you are not to allow yourselves to be influenced in any degree whatsoever by what you may think or surmise the opinion of the court to be. The court has no right by any word or any act to indicate any opinion respecting any matter of fact involved in the case, nor to indicate any desire respecting its outcome. The court has not intended to express any opinion upon any matter of fact in this case, and if you have observed anything which you have or may interpret as the court's opinion upon any matter of fact in this case, you must wholly disregard it. You are instructed that it is only from the witness stand that the jury is permitted to receive evidence regarding the case, and no juror is permitted to communicate to any other juror anything he might have heard regarding the case from any source other than the witness stand. Deliberation instructions. After you retire to the jury room, you should select one of your members as your presiding juror. It is his or her duty to preside at your deliberations, vote with you, and when you have unanimously agreed upon your verdict, to certify to your verdict by using the appropriate form attached hereto and signing the same as presiding juror. Your verdict must be unanimous and shall be arrived at by due deliberations and not by majority vote or any method of chance. You are instructed that any statements of counsel made during the course of the trial or during argument not supported by the evidence, or statements of law made by counsel not in harmony with the law as stated to you by the court in these instructions, are to be wholly disregarded. During your deliberations in this case, you must not consider, discuss, nor relate any matters not in evidence before you. You should not consider nor mention any personal knowledge or information you may have about any fact or person connected with this case which is not shown by the evidence. During your deliberations, you are also instructed you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media such as telephone, cell phone, smartphone, iPhone, or computer, the internet or any internet service, or any text or instant messaging service, or any internet chat room, blog, or website such as Facebook, Snapchat, LinkedIn, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, or Twitter, now X or 10, to communicate to anyone any information about this case or conduct any research about this case until I accept your verdict, if any. After you retire to consider your verdict, no one has any authority to communicate with you except the bailiff who has you in charge. You may communicate with this court in writing, signed by your presiding juror, through the bailiff who has you in charge. Do not attempt to talk to the bailiff, the attorneys, or the court concerning any question you may have. Your sole duty at this time is to determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant under the indictment in this cause, and restrict your deliberations solely to the issue of guilt or innocence of the defendant. If you have a verdict or you wish to have a break, turn on the red light and the bailiff will quickly respond. The very last page are the two verdict forms. We, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, guilty of murder as charged in the indictment. Or, we, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, not guilty. There is a place for the presiding juror to print and then sign his or her name. Now, with the second charge, I will read to you only the portions that are different than the court's charge in the murder case. Court's charge to the jury. Members of the jury. The defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, has been charged by indictment with the felony offense of tampering with physical evidence, alleged to have been committed on or about the 5th day of October 2020 in Dallas County, Texas. To this charge, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. Offense definition. A person commits an offense if the person knowing that an offense has been committed, alters, destroys, or conceals any record, document, or thing with intent to impair its verity, legibility, or availability, as evidence in a subsequent investigation of or official proceeding related to the offense. It is a felony offense if the thing altered, destroyed, or concealed is a human corpse. Term definitions. Official proceeding means any type of administrative, executive, legislative, or judicial proceeding that may be conducted before a public servant. Public servant means a person elected, selected, appointed, employed, or otherwise designated as one of the following, even if he is not yet qualified for the office or assumed his duties. An officer, employee, or agent of the government, a juror or grand juror, or an arbiter, referee, or other person authorized by law or private written agreement to hear or determine a cause or controversy, or an attorney at law or notary public when participating in the performance of a governmental function, or a candidate for nomination or election to public office, or a person who is performing a governmental function under a claim of right, although he is not legally qualified to do so. Person means an individual. Individual means a human being who is alive. Human corpse includes any portion of a human corpse, the cremated remains of a human corpse, or any portion of the cremated remains of a human corpse. Mental state definitions are the same as in the murder charge. Party liability is the same. Accomplice witness is the same. Construction. Application paragraph. Now, if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 5th day of October 2020 in Dallas County, Texas, the defendant, Lisa Dykes, acting alone or as a party, did then and there, knowing that an offense had been committed, to wit, murder, alter, destroy, or conceal a thing, to wit, a human corpse, with intent to impair its verity, legibility, or availability as evidence in any subsequent investigation of or official proceeding related to the offense, then you will find the defendant guilty of tampering with physical evidence as charged in the indictment. Unless you so find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the defendant and say by your verdict, not guilty. The instructions regarding indictment, presumption of innocence, bias, burden of proof, evidentiary instructions, deliberation instructions are all the same. The verdict forms in the tampering with physical evidence case read, we the jury unanimously find the defendant, Lisa Dykes, guilty of tampering with physical evidence as charged in the indictment, or we the jury unanimously find the defendant, Lisa Dykes, not guilty. Again, there is a place for the presiding juror to print and then sign his or her name. We will now have arguments of counsel. Each side has been allotted 45 minutes. The state will open and close. Mr. Brown.
Marisela deserved better. Marisela deserved better than Raul on October 4th when he couldn't get to his apartment, when he let her go back out alone. Marisela deserved better than Chuck. Marisela deserved better than any of these nonsense issues about the Dallas Police Department and things that happened after the investigation. Marisela deserves better than to be talked about, look at what she's wearing in opening statements. Marisela deserved better than to be a photograph in the Dallas County Courthouse in the state of Texas versus Lisa Dykes, because Lisa Dykes lost control in October of 2020 of a man she was obsessed with, Charles Beltran, Chuck. Because she lost control, couldn't get a hold of him. He brings home a woman after she's told him no. and she straddles Marisela in the middle of the night, in her sleep, in Dallas, Texas, here in Mesquite. Lets her die. Wraps her body up in trash, and dumps her in Wilmer, Texas, right off the road, off Post Oak Road. But what Marisela does is her U-12 and the 2 alternates. We spent a lot of time last Monday sitting over here, and we talked about all these issues. We talked about the law. We talked about a lot of things. It was a very active session. You all spoke quite a bit, and you are here because you agreed and you said, I can do this job. You are here because you said, I can handle this job. There was nothing about this job that said, I can't do it. All 12 of you. Right? In jury selection, last Monday we talked about what is beyond a reasonable doubt. We talked about there's no legal definition, but obviously it cannot be 100%. 3 people in that room that night. It's not 100%. It's not beyond all doubt. It's not beyond all possible doubt. You all agreed with that, right? It's all about being reasonable and using your common sense. Keep that with you throughout this, right? We talked, and just to put this out there, right, there should be no doubt in your mind Marisela is killed in that bedroom that evening, in the early hours of October 5th. Look at all the evidence you have. There is no doubt of that. We talked about this. What is that a picture of? Many of you knew right away. Some maybe need some more. So let's talk about that. How does that relate here? Maybe one of those puzzle pieces is Chuck's testimony. Right? A pretty important piece. It's not the only piece. Right? We've got those call detail records that show this defendant, Nina Morano, right where that body's found. Right? We've got Lisa Dykes calling into work October 5th. We've got the DNA results that Marisela's blood is in the carpet pad of that Kensington address. We've got that Lisa Dykes quits her job on October 16th. The week news articles start to surface about Marisela missing. We've got that's the day after she gets a call from the FBI. And that she lied to the FBI. We've got the whole picture, right? Like we talked about, are you willing to get back there with circumstantial evidence, lay it all on the table, and weigh it all with one another? See how those pieces fit together. How do they all come together? What checks back with what? Take away Chuck's testimony, right? Start with Chuck's testimony out of that puzzle piece. That's all accomplice law tells you to do, is that does his testimony make sense? Is it corroborated by anything else? There's not any specific thing that has to be corroborated, just is his testimony corroborated about the offense that took place and her involvement? And it is. The motive, all kinds of things are corroborated each step of the way by what Chuck says. But take his puzzle piece away, put everything else on the table first. Don't look at just the one piece, right? The defense has, you heard Ms. Dykes, she's got an answer for every single puzzle piece. That they're all just unlucky coincidences. Don't do that. You said you wouldn't do it, don't do it. Lay them all on the table, weigh them against each other, and weigh them individually once they're all in front of you. Then you can start to see what the actual picture is, right? We talked a lot about this, right? Is it reasonable to weigh an individual piece of evidence by itself in a vacuum? You all answered, no. Why not? That makes no sense. That's not how we're going to do our job. So don't do it that way, right? Weigh them all individually, right? We talked a lot about circumstantial evidence. That's what you have here. You do have a lot of circumstantial evidence. You have quite a bit of circumstantial evidence. A lot of strong circumstantial evidence. So wait, right? You said, hey, I understand that there are a lot of criminal cases that may be just circumstantial evidence, and I can do that job. I can give a fair trial, and I can make sure that justice is done. Motive. We talked about each and every one of you. Why? Why is motive important? You answered about why motive is important. You heard people answer. Of course, that is an important thing for us to know. And you have plenty of evidence that you've heard of this trial as to her motive. The only person with motive and a reason to kill Marisela October 5th, 2020. We talked about his evidence, his flight and evidence of guilt. Absolutely, you all said. Weigh it. Consider it with everything that you have. Okay? We talked a little bit about the law of parties. It's in your charge, right? Because obviously you have multiple people here, right? That you're criminally responsible if you do something with someone, commit a criminal offense, right? If you aid, you encourage, you solicit, right? You help in some kind of way. Everyone understood that. And that's also why Charles Beltran is guilty of tampering with a human corpse, because whenever he sees this happen, and he tells Lisa, instead of calling 911, fine, take care of it, and she says, grab Nina, and he does, he has now aided, assisted, and helped. And he took responsibility for that. And his punishment's being assessed. It's 20 years in prison. He knows that. We talked a little bit here also about the witness testimony, right? And it's going to be your job to weigh all the evidence that comes from that stand from witnesses, right? People you've never met, you've got to weigh. What are you going to believe about them? All, some, or none, right? We talked about ways that you have tools to weigh their credibility. Weigh it back to the physical evidence. Weigh it back to the documents you see. Tie it back to what you hear from other folks, right? How many witnesses did you hear from? And how many of those can you get? And start to paint the exact same picture. You all said, yeah, I can do that. So I just want to leave you with this, right? Don't go back there. The defense counsel comes out, and there's excuse after excuse after excuse for each little thing, or to talk about Charles Beltran. They're all just one little puzzle piece. Don't focus on the one until you put them all on the table. When you put them all out on the table and back in that room when you're deliberating, that's when you start saying, hold on, this piece maybe doesn't fit, but maybe I still see the picture there. And I'm confident that at the end of this, you will bring quick justice for Marisela, because it is the right thing to do, because the state has met our burden. And you will find Ms. Dykes guilty of murder and tampering with a human corpse. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Jim. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, again, I want to thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to serve as jurors. I know it's been a long trial. You made any excuses you could have given us. Again, you didn't do that. You accepted responsibility, and now it's time for the state to accept responsibility for these allegations that they brought against Mrs. Dykes. I told you in the opening statement, I told you from the beginning, this is not about puzzle pieces. We're not talking about pieces of puzzles. We're talking about either you got the evidence or you don't. Because we're not talking about puzzle people. We're talking about Ms. Dykes' life. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about her life. Whether she's going to be labeled a murderer, whether she's going to be labeled a felon. They have the obligation to bring evidence that proves this case beyond a reasonable doubt. They haven't done that because she's not guilty. She did not commit the offense as Charles Beltran told you. And they're absolutely right. Marisela does deserve better. She deserved better than DPD gave her, than Detective Ramirez did in the investigation of this case. I submit to you, it's one of the worst homicide investigations in Dallas County history. You know, we talked about false confessions and how they typically lead to wrongful convictions. You know, this was a terrible investigation. I had to call Detective Ramirez to put her on the witness stand. They don't want to support her. I called her so you could see her, you could hear from her, and understand how she botched, how they botched this investigation up. Because she had blinders on once she believed she knew what happened in the case, and how she manipulated Charles Beltran into putting it all on Lisa Dykes and Nina Morano. False confessions? Do you think I'm just talking? You think I'm just talking? I'm not just talking. Nina Morano was charged with murder based on statements of Charles Beltran. That was whenever, years ago, when they got charged. Back then, they just dismissed that case. They've been talking to Charles, getting him ready to testify at least 4 or 5 times with the state and his attorney, preparing him to testify. Talking about all the inconsistencies that even after he talked to the detectives the first time, he still had. Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm trying to tell you is, you cannot believe Charles Beltran. He's a liar. You know that because he gave story after story after story after story. These girls were having to believe, oh, he's such a, sugar bear. She's a sugar mommy, he's a sugar bear. He's so gentle. Well, if a gentle person had witnessed the horror that he's alleging Marisela went through, don't you think that would have affected them somehow? Don't you think that would have affected them in some manner? Everybody that came in contact with Charles said he acted normal. He acted normal. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what happened to Marisela, other than she got her teeth knocked out. But what I do know from her family, from her friends, they all told you that she smoked weed, but she was not the type of girl that would go on a one-night stand with somebody like Chuck. I submit to you that what the evidence shows is, yes, she met him, she wanted weed, but that's all she wanted from Charles. But he wanted more. Remember, he said, if you come to this room, you're going to have sex. That's what he said. That's what he meant. I submit to you, I believe the evidence showed that he did take her to the apartment, somehow get her over to the house, wanted to have sex with her. She didn't want to have sex with her. Either he hits her in the mouth, I don't know who hits her in the mouth. Somebody knocks her teeth out. And I wanted to make sure I made a big point of that with the dentist. Those teeth, she had her teeth at 7-Eleven. Now her teeth are missing. That is physical evidence. Men lie. Women lie. Physical evidence does not lie. The drops of blood that were on that carpet are more consistent with someone having their teeth knocked out and bleeding, and then someone later trying to get it up, than a stabbing. That's why he's backing off the stabbing now. That's why they're backing off that she was stabbed. That Lisa's standing over her and she's stabbing her. Because any crime scene expert, officer, knows that when you stab someone, ladies and gentlemen, the knife goes in, the blood comes out. The knife goes in, the blood comes out. The splatter is against the wall. Especially, that's why I had him do the demonstration, if you throw someone against a wall that has blood over them, you would anticipate that blood go on the wall. There's no blood on the wall. There's no spatter on the floor. There was no tussle, no struggle, the way Charles Beltran lied to you about. The physical evidence does not support that. Men lie, women lie, physical evidence does not lie. If this was a stabbing, where is the blood spatter? Stabbing. That's what they have to prove in their indictment, beyond reasonable doubt. Stabbing. Stabbing. Now, I submit to you, he's pausing because, see, now they know. He's talked to the detectives, he's talked to the state, all these times. They know that room don't show blood spatter. consistent with a violent stabbing. Imagine, ladies and gentlemen, if it did happen the way he said, she's in such a rage, she's so angry, she straddles her over the bed. The bed is right there on the wall. Where's the blood? They're struggling, they're both up. She's trying to get away with that. Where's the blood? Where's the blood? You can't get the blood up, ladies and gentlemen. You can make it appear like it's up, but you can't get the blood up. It's still going to show when you do that, the blue star. When Lisa is supposed to be going back to her room or going back wherever in the house to get out of this gown that clearly would have been dripping. I don't want to talk about her injuries, just the gown. She's supposed to be naked. Marcela's supposed to be naked. Where are the blood droppings? Where are the blood spatter? It's not there because it didn't happen the way Charles told you. It didn't happen that way. There's no evidence, other than Charles Beltran, that she was even killed at Mesquite. I submit to you, when you look at all the evidence, and they have to prove this. They have to prove this with evidence beyond reasonable doubt. They have to prove when she was killed. Look at the autopsy report. It says March 24th of 2021. You know that's not true. That's when they found the body. They have to prove that. Even as far as when the body got to Wilmer, where it was located, because of all the animals scavenging out there, potentially moving the body before it decomposed. You don't know when the body got there. So they say, okay, their phone's pinging. Let's talk about that. The phone's pinging in the Wilmer area. Well, if you look at the report, and I'm not going to pull it for you, you'll see all the towers. You got one in Wilmer, you also have one in Hutchins. I submit to you that the ping from their phone is because they went to the FedEx location in Hutchins. If that FedEx location wasn't there, trust me, they tell you, it is there. That is what happened. Coincidence? What? There's no evidence that the body was even out there on October the 5th. Not one shred of evidence. Not one shred of evidence in regards to when the body is out there, other than the fact that they found it on the 24th. And I submit to you, I don't believe the body was out there because you have to remember the FBI agents say they went to the area that they felt like the phones had pinged. They went to the whatever landfill, the area with the cement and stuff. They went out there. You got FBI agents combing that area looking for any evidence regarding Marcela's missing body. Nothing. It's later when the whoever is putting the traps out, and that's how they end up finding the body. But when they initially go out there, again, there's no evidence that that body is out there. But they need that because they have to have cooperation. They have to have cooperation. They don't have it. The blood does not corroborate the fact that Marisela was stabbed. I'll submit to you it's just as consistent that blood came from her teeth being knocked out. The phone pings does not corroborate that this offense took place the way Charles Beltran told you. It's not corroboration, ladies and gentlemen. It's not. So all you really got is an accomplice witness putting it all on Lisa Dykes. And that's important, ladies and gentlemen, because again, I wish you could have heard his interview with Ramirez and Ortiz. You know, all the lie after lie after lie he told about, again, not knowing what happened to Marcela's. I dropped her off. I thought she took an Uber, lie after lie. And it's only after, hey, they're going to say, you're the monster. And let me also touch base on, look, I didn't say nothing negative about her dress. It's how the kids dress. What I did say And what I do want you to know is they filed this case initially as capital murder because no one believed that Marisela would be with someone like Chuck. He knew that. He knew that. That's why he said, well, why did you call the police? Because I didn't think anyone would believe somebody like me. What do you mean somebody like you? Somebody with a record like mine. Somebody with a history of violence. Somebody like me. That's why I didn't want to get in trouble. Because I knew if they knew what happened, that I was with her, and whoever heard her, I was going to get in trouble. So when the detective started feeding him this jealousy stuff, he ran with it. When the detectives were telling him, the attorneys are going to put it on you. The attorneys are going to put it on you. This is your only time to save yourself. So tell us. Tell us. And that's when he starts filling in the false allegations about Lisa and about Nina that I submit to you lead to false and wrongful convictions. Yeah, wrongful convictions, because that's exactly what would have happened if a jury heard these allegations that he made about Nina assisting in the stabbing. Nina's assisting in the stabbing, and they went back and found her guilty. Because finally, he says it's not true. She didn't assist. She didn't assist. And there's nothing to corroborate that she did anyway. They're both in that room, just like she told you. They're both in that room asleep. And we wanted to talk to you a little bit about the dog. Just because even though Charles had brought numerous women, numerous guys over to that house, in that room, in that studio, having sex, doing whatever they're doing, smoking dope, making music, doing exactly what you saw on that picture, this video. And the reason I wanted to show you that video is because that's who Chuck Beltran really is. 50-50, half amazing, half crazy. Unfortunately for Marisela, and I agree, she didn't deserve to meet the half crazy Chuck, but that's exactly what I believe the evidence shows. As far as the dog, again, had this happened the way they're alleging it happened, don't you think that dog would have ran in that room? Don't you think there have been blood paw prints everywhere? But there won't, because it didn't happen the way Chuck told you it happened. All this stuff about them running, all this stuff about them evading, they didn't have to talk to the police. They didn't have to talk to the police, ladies and gentlemen. They told you they felt persecuted, you know? They felt like they were being blamed. They couldn't get a fair trial. That's why they left, that they were afraid of Charles and his people. When he said Santa Marcia's always watching, Santa Marcia's always watching, they were afraid. Afraid not to cooperate with Charles. They don't know, she could have easily got up there and said Chuck did. But she has no idea what happened to Marisela. She told you that. She's never met Marisela. And no physical evidence corroborates that she did. Nothing. Not one shred of evidence. Even the evidence that they got the arrest warrants on. You know, trying to lead judges to believe that they had her DNA. That was a lie. Nina's DNA, Chuck's DNA, with Marisela's DNA. All those are lies. The cement in the alley, lie. The hair sample, lies. Lies. A botched investigation. Marisela does deserve better than what Detective Ramirez did in this case. They deserve to have the right person found guilty. And it is more likely that Charles Beltran had something to do with her demise. And now he's covering it up, trying to blame everything on Lisa Dykes. Ladies and gentlemen, again, when you go through this jury charge, this is the law. You know, don't make the same mistakes that Detective Ramirez made, speculating, trying to force a square peg into a round hole or whatever puzzle talk we want to talk about. The evidence in this case does not corroborate Charles Beltran's, this last version that he gave. The evidence doesn't corroborate any version that he gave. Version after version, version to death, version to Fred, version to all the girls that he came in contact with, lie after lie after lie. Nothing corroborates it. He's a liar, he can't be trusted. I'm gonna ask that you not further suborn this perjury is all it was, in my opinion. But my opinion doesn't matter. What matters is what evidence came from that witness stand. And the bottom line, ladies and gentlemen, is the evidence does not corroborate Charles Beltran's version of the horrific murder that he's trying to tell you about. It just doesn't. Blood spatter is real. It's real. But it wasn't in that room. So there was no stabbing. There was no stabbing. Charles knows that. You should know that from the physical evidence. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to submit to you that you should find Ms. Dykes not guilty, not just because that's what the law dictates that you do, you know, but because this was a sloppy investigation, ladies and gentlemen. You know, you remember the phone records that specifically showed that after he leaves Mesquite, remember, they get to Mesquite because they're looking at his phone. But after he leaves Mesquite, he goes to Carmen's apartment. Where's Carmen? Why don't they ever talk to Carmen? Why didn't they check her apartment? Oh, well, her phone went off here about 8 o'clock in Mesquite, so we didn't go to. There's a million things he could have done with the phone. They're out all night. Phone could have went dead. A million things that could have happened in regards to why she can't use her accounts, why she can't use her phone. She's with Chuck 50-50, the monster. Why didn't they check that apartment? Was there evidence there at Carmen's apartment? We don't know. Why did Carmen disappear? Why did she disappear? Ladies, again, we're going to ask that you find Ms. Dykes not guilty because that's what we believe the law and the evidence dictates that you do. But more importantly, because she is not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. You have 30 minutes, Ms. Britton.
Thank you, Ron.
Beat it, Harris. She's just as guilty as the rest of them.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when you all were in Fort Dyer, we discussed that your verdict had to be based on the evidence that you saw and that was presented to you in this case. You also heard that the defense did not have to bring a case at all, didn't have to bring any witnesses at all, but they also could if they chose to. You've heard that you can make reasonable inferences, again, solely based on the evidence. But what you can't do is what you just heard Mr. Harris do. Mr. Harris spent his entire time speculating, making up things that could have happened, maybe could have happened, based nothing on the 404 exhibits that the state brought you and the 12 exhibits that the defense brought you. Nothing that he said was corroborated by anything, the exhibits or the 32 witnesses that we brought you and the 4 witnesses that he brought you. Nothing. Nothing at all. Ms. Dykes took the stand, and when you assess witness credibility, the first thing you need to do is see, is their testimony making sense? Is it backed up by anybody else's testimony? And in this case, she swore on direct and swore on cross over and over and over again that she had no romantic or sexual relationship with Charles Beltran. Yet in her phone, that she is on talking to someone when she gets arrested in March of 2021, March 26th, his name is Lover. She chose that name for him. Yet she sat up there and lied to you. No, he was just a business investment. If she can't give you the truth about that one thing that everybody knows that here, she's not going to give you the truth about anything. Anything at all. Let's read this conversation. She reaches out to Lover, Charles Beltran, and says, "Hey, love, we good?" Takes some time before he responds, and so she says, "Guess not." She wants to know, has he said anything yet? She knows he's the one that knows what she did to Marisela Botello in that room. He's the one that knows, and she kept him close for months. That was her choice. She is not the victim here. She is not the victim here. Marisela is the victim. We good, guess not. Finally, he responds and says, "Yeah." "You?" She says, "Yep, I'm still hanging on. Attorney's seeing the wife today." He says, "Okay." She sat up there and told you she didn't have a choice about Charles Beltran, but yet her next message is, "I really wish we were together." It's hard to watch your own back, and tells him you can't trust anybody either. He says, "I know, love." And then he does what Chuck does and asks for money. He needs to change vehicles. That Jeep that she said was hers, but that he has and drove to Dallas and to New Orleans before he went to Utah, that's in his possession, not hers. He needs a new car. She says, "Yes, as soon as I see the attorney." I had to pay him up front, big gamble, but there doesn't seem to be any issue as long as she signs off. Use your reasonable inference. That right there is evidence, and you can use a reasonable inference as to who she's talking about. She's talking about Nina. Nina's arrested and sitting in jail in Miami while she ran to Orlando. She said, "I called the jail myself." What'd they say? They got warrants for capital murder on all three of us. Now, Lisa Dykes has sworn to you she didn't know what happened to Marisela Botello or where she was or anything else. Look at that message right there. She said she thought she was out and about on a bender, going to prostitution motels and things like that. Supposedly, they found her. She's talking about Marisela because they found her body just 2 days before. She knows the gig is up. She knows the gig is up. And she's got to get the heck out of Orlando. She's not worried about Nina. She's worried about getting her money. It says, but the attorney says they're building a case. They don't have evidence. They are guessing. I'm hoping she kept her shit together. She wants you to think that she cares about Nina, that she thinks Nina's on suicide watch, and so she's hoping she keeps her shit together in that way. No, she hopes that Nina keeps it together and doesn't talk. That's what the evidence shows. I need to get out of the state real quick. She's not trying to turn herself in. She's trying to run again. Ask Chuck, how much money do you need? How much can you send? I need to make moves. She says, I have no idea how much there is until I get her shit, Nina's shit. She wants you to believe that she wasn't using Nina for money. She's trying to get her shit. She's not talking about trying to get Nina out of jail. She's not talking about trying to help Nina, about caring about Nina, about being worried about Nina. She's talking about getting her shit so she can get out of this state. I'm trying to go to our fave spot that I wanted to live for a minute. You think you could get to me there? This woman that testified to you that she was so terrified she felt like she didn't have a choice is asking Chuck, asking this man that she's obsessed with, if he can get there to her. Or do I need to come get you? Says, I thought you got paid today. I did. This guy was $2,000 to get the money off of Nina. Who's she worried about? She's worried about herself. She's worried about Chuck. She's not worried about Nina, but she's worried about getting that money. He just called me. What did he say? Question mark? Mom, she's arrested. The gig is up. Lisa Dykes sat up there and told you that Chuck was just a business investment. She told you that she had lived with family, and Jimmy, her brother, said, yeah, I mean, she was there for us. That's what family does. We get each other's back. We do that. She helped me, and everything was going really well in Mesquite with all of them when all of a sudden, just weeks before, she tells Chelsea and Aaron and Jimmy that they've got to move out. Just weeks before, she met Charles Beltran. She tells Kat De Leon, I can't live the lifestyle I want to live with them here. Not I want them to spread their wings and fly, not that I want them to take care of themselves. I can't live the lifestyle I want to live with them here. And what you see is the evolution of Lisa Dykes right there from when prior to when she met Charles Beltran all the way through to the bottom. Full tattoos, new haircut, platinum hair, makeup. The last hair appointment she had with Kat, she changes her appearance again, bright pink. She still has the scars from her facelift that Nina paid for. Nose rings. This is the willing evolution of a woman that was obsessed with a young, much younger man that was in the rap scene and in the bar scene, and this is what she thought he wanted her to look like. So that's what she did. That's what she did. But let's talk a little bit about the Lisa Dykes or Lisa Beltran that you met here in court. She was quiet. She was soft-spoken. Her attorney even said, pull that microphone up so we can hear you. Had that little country accent. All of those things. This woman has 37 years of experience in the courtroom. She knows the legal system. She's a negotiator. She's strong. She knows what she's doing. She's successful. She's raised these kids on her own. This is not a soft-spoken, weak woman. This is the woman that when she was confronted in Cambodia in a foreign country by 4 Cambodian officers dressed in SWAT gear and 4 Cambodian officers dressed in uniform, and 1 FBI agent looked that woman straight in the eye and said, what jurisdiction do you have here? That's the Lisa Dykes that killed Marisela Botello. Not the one that came here to court today. Because see, she can change who she is for the circumstance. She wants to control. the circumstances. When we talk about motive, it's not like she was so jealous of each of these women that he brought home that she wanted to kill them all. It was all about control. She had told Chuck no more. She had told him no more. And yet he continued to not listen to her. And let's talk about the time frame that we are talking about. We're talking about in October when she had just spent all this money on Chuck for a rap concert on October 4th, or October 3rd in Arkansas. The van, the spot, the hotel rooms, the booze. She's walking around in the club. She's getting around just fine. She's done that all for him. All for him. And how does he repay her? Does exactly what she told him not to do. This last slide, ladies and gentlemen, you heard Kat DeLeon talk about her hair was always platinum. Always platinum, maybe some streaks of blonde, something bright. This is what she chose to do for her appearance when she was in Florida. Make no mistake about it, she is trying to hide. She is trying to change her appearance, and she's not trying to be found by the FBI, by the Dallas Police Department, by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, by anybody. Now, again, Ms. Dykes, this chart shows the nexus between all the witnesses that were called in this case and the people talked about in this case and how they were related to each other. Ms. Dykes got the benefit of hearing every single person in here talk. And what did she say? Of course, she starts with Charles Beltran's a liar. We'll get to his testimony in just a minute. But the Charles Beltran's a liar. Her brother's a liar. Her coworker, Olivia Martinez, is a liar. Kat DeLeon, her hairdresser of years, she's a liar. Jamie Scarpa, that she's met one time, that woman's a liar. Chuck's girlfriends are all liars. Freddie Chapman, when he says that she's driving, he's a liar. And so is Dak Stevens. The only person you don't see marked with liars, the only person that didn't show up, and that's Kyle Williams and his girlfriend, Valerie Simmons. You heard the call about why he didn't show up, because she told him not to. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, Ms. Dykes talked about her medical records yesterday proving what I don't know. She had a hard time with this thigh surgery? Sure. You read through this, what you'll find is that you have a non-compliant patient, a person who wants to be in control, is not listening to the doctors and causing her own problems. But more specifically, when you look at the appointment date on 9/22/2020, that's September 22nd, 2020, it talks about how on that day she's discussing with the individual that is looking at her. The notes indicate that Miss Dykes tells her on that weekend, I have a trip to Los Angeles planned. That weekend is not October 3rd. We're talking about September 22nd, 2020. That weekend is September 26th, 2020. She had a trip to Los Angeles planned with Nina that weekend. But what she told you is that, oh, no, we didn't actually plan on going to Arkansas. That was because we had to cancel our trip for October 3rd that we were going to take to Los Angeles because the doctor told me I had to. And you can read through these notes yourself, but that particular appointment, the medical professional tells her, look, you don't need to go this weekend on your trip. And Ms. Dykes was insistent that she was going to go. What you're going to find from those medical records as well is that on October 2nd of 2020, not October 3rd of 2020 as Ms. Dykes said, but October 2nd she had a follow-up appointment, and the doctor's notes indicate everything seems fine, and they didn't schedule another follow-up appointment until December. If she was in that kind of pain, as she had described to you all, don't you think they would be seeing her on a regular basis? But at that point, everything is starting to come back together. Everything is starting to be fine, so much so that she can go to Arkansas, drive 4 hours in a car, walk around a club and party with a bunch of younger men at a rap concert, at a rap show. In October of 2020, Lisa wants you to think that all of these are coincidences. That she renewed her lease, which shows that she intended to be there for a full year, although she testified that, hey, we were already planning on going to Florida. Her lease documents show otherwise. She's planning on being in Texas for a while. That on October 5th, she calls in for an unknown reason. That's the day that Marisela is supposed to return. That's the day that she goes missing, and she calls into work, unexplained. Her call records show her down in Wilmer. Coincidence that the very next day, her wife, Nina, is desperately searching passport offices, how to get a passport fast, how to change your name on a passport fast. The very next day. Lisa's hair in her last appointment goes pink, and there's continued passport Google searches. The very first news article that comes out about Marisela is a WFFA news article on October 11th. Nina urgently wants to sell her Pennsylvania home the very next day. Calls Jamie Scarpa and says, I need to list it today. Not in a week, not let's sit down and talk about it, today. That's just a coincidence. Lisa gets a phone call from the FBI. She tells all her coworkers, oh, it's fraud. It wasn't a real person. But tells that FBI agent that she could see on the Ring camera was legit, and tells him, I haven't seen him in some time. I don't know where he is. I don't know his number. I don't know how to get in hold of him. The very first time she's contacted by law enforcement, she lies. And then the very next day, she quits. Unexplained, just out of the blue, according to her coworker. Is that just a coincidence too? These are all just in October. October 31st, that first search warrant in the Kensington house looked like they had moved quickly. It was abandoned, property left there. But the blood had been cleaned up. That blood had been cleaned up for sure. And that's her house. Make no mistake about it. She knows what goes on in her house. She's in control of what goes on in her house. When we're discussing the phone records that put her in Wilmer, this shows earlier that day that they are all in the same area at that Kensington home. And if you'll recall Mark Sedgwick talking about the time, the green arc, that timing advanced record, that is a different record that you get from Marisela's phone because it's a different provider, and that's almost real time. And you see right there in the middle, she's at that house. That yellow square indicates the Kensington, 3113 Kensington house. She's there. She's there with Chuck. Then you see the next day, you heard Chuck's testimony. He left out of there and he didn't go back that day. And his phone records support that. He tells you he went to get an oil change, that he hung out at Carmen's apartment in the parking lot, but he never saw her. Then he went down and got an oil change. And then he goes on and hangs out in the Deep Ellum area later that night. And you heard corroborating testimony about all of that. But here's the interesting slide. That red square right there, that is the location where Marisela Botello's remains were found. And if you recall Mark Sedgwick's testimony, that the azimuth is kind of the direct line where you see that V. The azimuth is that kind of direct line, and that indicates the direction in which those cell phones are pinging from. So they're within that little angle right there. And these are all the pings of Lisa's phone during that time period. They start at 6:36, then you have one at 6:43, 6:50 for Nina's phone, 7:02, 7:07, 7:16, 7:22, 7:38. And each and every one of those, that azimuth is pointing towards the location where Marisela Botello's body was found. She wants you to think she was at a FedEx place in Hutchins. There's Hutchins right there. That's Hutchins. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 other towers. But if they were really in Hutchins, at that FedEx distribution location, those cell phones would have been pinging off of there. But no, they are within that area of where Marisela Botello's body was found. 2 turns, 2 miles from where she used to live. A left on Beltline, a left on Posto. Just off the road where you can park and pull a body just a short distance off the road behind brush. She didn't think anybody was going to find her before the animals had gotten to her, before her body decomposed completely. And so, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what I'm going to ask you to do with that is don't give her the benefit of her tampering with the corpse because she chose to dump that body out there where she knew nobody was going to look, and it was decomposed so they couldn't do a full autopsy on her. Don't give her that benefit and speculate that just because of that, there's no way to tell from the autopsy exactly how she died. You know how she died because Chuck told you how she died. And his story makes sense. When it comes to Charles Beltran, we brought you his testimony, but we didn't bring you his testimony uncorroborated. We didn't just throw him up there and say, tell your story, and just leave it at that. There are 404 pieces of evidence that back up his story. Not only that, you have 32 witnesses that the state calls to corroborate bits and pieces of his story. There's not one person that can corroborate everything, but each person can corroborate something. And so let's start with that. Let's start with Raul Ortiz said that she left there and left his place at approximately 1 a.m. or so, 12:30, 1 a.m. because he got sick. And she took a lift down to Deep Ellum. That's corroborated by the fact that the surveillance video shows her walking around by herself. And then she meets Chuck. And you see that surveillance video of her and Chuck meeting And you can tell she wants to go with him. Was it a smart choice? Of course not. Was it a choice that a young 23-year-old that is trusting of human nature and trusting of people would make in that scenario? Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's a tragedy that she didn't know who she was going to be having to deal with later. Chuck did what he always did. You heard from Dax, you heard from Freddie, and they're like, man, this guy, 5 minutes, and he is talking to a woman and he's taking her home. And he doesn't have to force himself on anyone. He doesn't. And guess what? If she didn't want to have sex with him, it's fine. He's got plenty of other women that do. But this girl was cool, and they were hanging out, and they were having a good time. Just like he always does. Just like normal. You heard from Kat De Leon about Chuck and Lisa's relationship, and also you heard that Lisa was livid when she learned that Nina had slept with Chuck without her. Make no mistake about it, Lisa wants to control this relationship between her and Chuck. That is her prize, that is her possession, that is her boy toy. She's the one that pays for everything. She's the one that invests in his rap career. She's the one that brought this man in, and she wants to have control over that. Yes, the three of them were together. Yes, the three of them had sexual relationships together. Yes, she and Chuck had sexual relationships together. But when Nina did it with him, that was not okay. She was livid. And you know that to be true because two people that have never met, that didn't know each other, said that Lisa said the same thing. Olivia Martinez said that when she found out about Chuck and Lisa, she was livid. She said, quotation marks, I'm going to make Nina my bitch. I'm going to make her do anything I say. I take a body to Wilmer after you killed an innocent girl because you want to control the situation? Lisa is the one that got Nina involved in this. As far as what we talked about, what the defense talked about, Chuck's fear is real. He's a young black man, covered in tattoos, that's his choice. Two-time felon, that's his choice. He pled guilty to those offenses, he served his time and he was out. But when he looked at it, when he ran from that situation, as his girlfriend Jasmine said he always would, as he always did, which is in his nature, which Dax Stevens says that's how Chuck deals with conflict. He doesn't fight, he runs. And Freddie said that's how Chuck is. He doesn't fight. He's a lover, he's a player, but he's not a fighter. He runs. He ran from that situation, and the further that he ran from it, the bigger it got. He told you, he testified on that witness stand, look, I look like the bad guy. I look like who they would be looking for. But I'm not him. I didn't murder this girl. And he had no reason, no motive whatsoever to do anything to Marisela Botello. Defense makes a pretty big issue about the fact that her forefront teeth were missing, and you heard Dr. Casper talk about that the way that those teeth were missing, that they were fully out. They were completely gone, as if they were extracted from her mouth. Not a punch in the mouth with broken teeth. Those are inconsistent. When you get punched in the mouth, your teeth break and you bleed. They don't just fall out of your head.
Did you want to check this in the statement of the evidence in this case?
Overall, the jury will recall the testimony as they heard it.
They don't just fall out of your head. You are allowed to use your common sense. You don't have to check that in when you are looking at the evidence and listening to the arguments and weighing things against each other. If anything like that happened to Marisela, her teeth would be broken, not completely missing. You understand that there was a lot of animal activity out there. There's a lot of reasons why those teeth might be missing. Her skull might not have been right where it was laying, where it sat when they found it, but it was definitely in that vicinity. Unfortunately, because it was March when they found her body, they couldn't find everything to give you a full picture. Chuck's story makes sense because the DNA evidence corroborates that. This is Chuck's room. See the two windows right there? You see the blue purplish spot right there where the carpet is. That is where he testified that after Lisa stabbed Marisela, he woke up in his deep sleep. He'd been drinking, he'd been smoking a little bit of weed. He wasn't sure it was real at first. And
2 minutes, Counsel.
thank you. And his reaction was to shove her off the bed, and Marisela came tumbling down onto the floor with Lisa, and then he jumped over and he pushed them apart. That stain from the carpet pad piece is exactly where Marisela's blood was found. Her DNA was found. So the physical evidence corroborates what he says. The phone evidence corroborates what he says happened after that. The records of Pennsylvania, Mexico, Miami, all of those things corroborate Chuck Beltran's testimony, and not one thing of any of this here and any of those witnesses back her up. And she won't even know that she has a relationship. Mr. Brown said Marisela deserved better than that. Of course she did. She's beautiful. She's full of life. She has dreams. She has hope. She has aspirations. She has to go to work on October 6th. And they want to speculate that she suddenly, within 24 hours of meeting Charles Beltran, became a tweaker, a prostitute, and a drug addict, and was wandering around in Dallas, a place that she doesn't even know. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is just not reasonable. Not reasonable at all. You know that she was killed on October 5th, 2020, because that's the only reasonable conclusion that the evidence supports. Marisela Botello deserves the 12 of you, the two alternates, to weigh the facts and the evidence in this case and to come to the verdict of guilty. But you know who deserves that more? Lisa Dykes. Lisa Dykes is guilty of murder and guilty of tampering with a corpse. And when your verdict of guilty is read out loud in the courtroom, you're not telling her anything that she doesn't already know. We're asking for a guilty verdict on both charges in this case. On behalf of the Dallas County community, the family of Marisela Botello, and our victim, Marisela Botello Valdez. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pittman. All right. I see and have noticed that some of you have been taking notes. We'll leave those in your seat here in the courtroom. Those will be collected by the bailiff, given to me. They will not be read by anyone. The two alternates, you will be put in a separate jury room while 12 jurors begin their deliberations. Now, for the 12 of you beginning your deliberations, it is almost lunchtime. It is up to you to decide if you want to break for lunch and how long. You can take 10 minutes, you can take 30 minutes or an hour. You can go get your lunch and bring it back. All jurors must be present at all times during your deliberations. But whenever you do decide to go to lunch, or if you want to go get it and bring it back, please push the red button, turn on the light, and let the bailiff know, so that we can all take a lunch as well. All right, please leave all of your notes in your chair, and you will now retire to begin your deliberation.
All right.
I don't know. What do you guys think? I got a feeling they're gonna come back pretty quick. I don't know. I mean, it's yeah. I'm just gonna remove that there for a minute. But thank you. I appreciate you coming in, stopping by. Yeah. This is just a disgusting story, man. I don't know. I don't know. I can't seem to. The amazement just doesn't stop. Like case after case, I don't understand what goes on. What goes on? Thank you for being here. Keep an eye on this. Do this verdict watch, I guess, for a minute and see what happens. And if it feels like it's gonna drag out, I mean, it's already. Yeah, they're not. They're gonna come back quick. They're gonna come back real quick. So, for now, add that and leave this. We'll be back. We're officially on Verdict Watch. we might have something going on. Not sure right this second. We're what now? Yeah, we're close to an hour into deliberations. So, yeah. I apologize for the long, drawn out thing. A couple things I have to tend to. But I am here. You know, it's crazy. I want to be able to do this, but hold on a second. Let me settings real quick. I don't like it when I'm sure you don't either. That's probably what's been only the issue. I don't know. I don't know if I'll get it right. I'm trying to do my best to make it as enjoyable as watching paint dry can be. I mean, obviously, I'm not doing a great job of it right now. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Just got to do some more critical thinking. Can't tell. Give me 1 second. I apologize. I was having a conversation with sweet wife. I been trying to yeah, man, I'm having a really hard time articulating. It's been a rough week, man. I hope everybody's having I hope everybody's having a better week. A better week, a better month, year, or whatever. I mean, everybody's got their shit, man. I know. Everybody's got their shit. I definitely got mine. I gotta figure something out. Need some suggestions. You guys, man, you guys. Gonna skip right past this and nobody's ever gonna say it. Yeah. Here we go. Apologize. Again, something I thought that I would have worked out this week, but it's just not. Yeah, this is it's been a long not that long, but long enough that I feel like if I don't make some changes quick, I'm gonna wind up burying this channel. I can't keep missing days the way that I have been. It's counteracting everything that I'm trying to do. And I worked really hard to get here. And I know without you guys, I wouldn't be here. And for that, I'm eternally grateful. That's why this is bothering me so bad, is because I want to put out the content that you guys deserve. Not this. And it's giving me severe anxiety because I'm not able to get to that next little, I don't know what it is. I don't know why. I have a ton of content. I have really good ideas. I know they will pan out and be good when, whatever you want to call it. I'm just having a really hard time implementing it. But I do appreciate everybody. And I have a feeling we're going to be coming back shortly. If not, I mean, we're already, we're damn near 2 hours in the deliberations. And I don't know if I should just keep this up or not, because there's so many other things that I need to be covering. And that's the other part of it, right? There's other things that I need to be on top of. Honestly, I mean, like I have things that ready to go that I'm not producing, and that's not good, because if I'm not producing, then there's nothing there for you to enjoy if you enjoy my stuff. And yeah, it's just bad. It's all the way bad for me, for you. It's I really apologize. I really do. I'm working on it, man. I'm working on it. I'm gonna get through this. It's been a rough couple weeks. Rough couple weeks. I'm not wanting to sit up here and talk about drama and bullshit for my life, but it's been a rough couple weeks, man. Shit. Yeah, whatever. I'm not getting into that. Not getting into it. I appreciate you guys. I really do. I'm praying to God that they come back. Please come back. Let's get this over with. And this woman, God, I wish this is part of it. I'm a people person. You know, I like to cut it up, get different opinions, different, you know. We ain't all gotta agree. That's for sure. But if we can respectfully, you know, decline to agree, or agree to disagree, whatever, I'm good, man. I'm good with that. Oh, shit. I don't know. I'm seeing some movement. I'm gonna shut up. I really want everybody to take my advice. I'm good at giving it, horrible at taking it. But please, man, just men, women, didn't mean that in any specific way. Just I think that's part of it too. I think way too much. And I hold standards that most people don't. So I think we're just gonna go back to this. Sorry. Let's go. I meant to turn this music off. I thought they were coming back on. I went from one thing to one horrible melody to another. Man, I'll tell you, it looks like we're getting ready to do something here. I don't know. I can't call it. I can tell you're excited. I'm excited. The sign over top, he's great. I wish they would stop screwing around with the camera. Back over a little bit. So, I guess they got a tip there for the, for everyone. It says tip over top of my head. Tips to creating a clear recording. 1, speak one at a time. 2, speak loudly and clearly. 3, reading from a document. And yeah. And they take it away. I can't figure out whether that's like a water purifier or air purifier, or if that's the teleporter. Scully, what do you think it is, man? I mean, I'm paying you big bucks here, and you don't say nothing. You hey, Scully. Complete asshole. Every time I think they're gonna come back, they just I think they're secretly watching my stream, trying to make me go nuts. Oh, God, I can't keep doing this to you guys. Holy shit. Yeah. I gotta step away for a minute and think about what I'm gonna do here. I feel like as soon as I end this, it's going to pop right up, and then I'm going to have to do the whole thing all over again. We're already 4.5 hours into this. Oh, now we got something. I'm still going to kill this for a second. Yep. Yeah. See? Yeah, I'm going to shut this off for right now. It's just not like I can monitor it to make sure that they, come back, and I'm not able to. But yeah, I gotta take a minute. Thank you. See, do we have a verdict? Do we have a launch? Launch at 3 o'clock, 2 o'clock there, or whatever. What's it gonna be? We have entrances. We have a gate. We have the waves. I don't know. I'll tell you what, this cameraman's really working my nerves today. Working the nerves. Working the nerves. Yeah. Well, that's a good sign that they're bringing the jury back in, but what are they going to do? I feel like it's a verdict. I don't know. Well, she looks like she's not feeling so hot. Thinking it might be a verdict. But then again, this self-absorbed, narcissistic. I don't know. What type of feeling? What type of feeling could you have? I wouldn't. I don't know. And this cameraman is all over the place, bro. Why don't you just back it up a little bit and bring it down and back it up? Leave it alone for a while. What we got going on here? Let's go. Come on, man. Give me some court noise. Something. Need something to go on at this point. Boy.
Before they come in, did you actually sign up for what you were saying you were gonna sign up for?
I did.
When you, two dozen roses.
Yes, Team Claire.
You're gonna need them.
Eyes wide open, for sure. Silence all phone. $1 million.
Probably one of these days we're gonna go past this case. Yeah.
All rise.
You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court has received your jury verdicts. All right. Ms. Dykes, please stand. The jury verdicts read as follows. We, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, guilty of murder as charged in the indictment. For the second case, we, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, guilty of tampering with physical evidence as charged in the indictment. Both verdicts are signed by the presiding juror, and the name is also printed. You may be seated. Is this ready to proceed in punishment?
Move it, Clerk Sharp.
You may.
Good. I'm glad. Kind of made the 2-hour wait worth it. Kind of. Maybe we can get this whole thing wrapped up right here. That would be beautiful.
Before you call, well, oh, here's Mr. Settler. Mr. Settler, if you could, hand the jury back their notes, books, and things, if they wanted to take notes on punishment.
I'm not sure.
All right. All right, call your first witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Lisa Botello.
All right, sir, if you would please stop and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
You may be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Botello, can you state your name and spell your name for the court, please?
My name is Luis Botello Valadez, Luis Botello Valadez.
You're on map, Rachel, but
You may.
And Luis, will you tell the jury your relation to Marisela?
Marisela was she was my older and my only sister that I grew up with in our apartment over in Seattle, Washington.
And how old are you, Luis?
I'm 20 years old.
And Marisela would have been 25 now?
25, 26, around that age.
You said you grew up with her in that apartment, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was she like as an older sister?
She was the sister that I've always the best sister I could have asked for, that my parents blessed me with, and sadly she's no longer with us anymore.
Growing up, you guys have lived in that same apartment for your whole life, is that right?
That's right.
And it's a fairly kind of small size apartment.
That's correct.
Your parents are very hardworking people, aren't they?
Without a doubt.
Your dad's had the same job for, what, 25 years?
25 years now, recently, 25 years.
Tell the jury about your sister, what kind of, what she learned from your parents.
My sister definitely, she learned how to, my sister definitely adapted the dedication, the hard-working mentality that my parents always showed us growing up. She was always working. She was she would always stay involved in healthy activities, sports throughout her middle and high school career, high school years. She'd just always just be this just amazing, just great vibe you could be around.
Louisa, why don't you tell the jury, there was a time that your sister, she got her first job when she was about 15, is that right?
That's correct, around that age.
And was she working at Wendy's with your mom?
That's correct.
And you were how old at that time, about 12?
12 years old, around that time. Yeah.
Okay. Is that about the time that most kids are starting to get cell phones and things like that?
Yeah, everyone in my class would always have their cell phones. I was like the only kid in my entire classroom that didn't have a cell phone.
Did you ask your parents for one?
Too many times.
To the point that they were done with that question, right?
Yeah, they made it very clear that they probably weren't going to buy me a maybe.
And tell me what, and that was because they really couldn't afford it at that time, is that right?
That's correct.
What did your sister do?
So, I was coming home from, I forgot, I think I was playing some basketball with my friends right down the street. And I seen she was walking with a little Metro PCS bag. I thought she purchased a phone for herself. I didn't know what it was. And I went up to her and I asked her, well, what phone did you get? I forgot what she told me, to be exact. We both go upstairs into the apartment, and she pulls out this little Samsung phone. She told me, this is for you. She gifted me my first ever personal cell phone.
And that was from her first job when she was 16.
Yes, ma'am.
How does she look out for you? Now that you're old, so you are 20 years old now, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Marisela was taken from you when you were 17, is that right?
That's right.
What kind of influence did she have on you in your high school years?
So obviously at that time she already graduated high school. She always, before I started my freshman year, my sophomore year, she always told me, just stay focused in your classes, stay involved in activities after school, because that's what she did herself. She always wanted me, to just stay on the top of my class so I could build that mentality, have a working mentality that would just help me with my future career. So I feel like that's what she just wanted me to have, a good working mindset overall.
And you're currently working, right?
That's correct.
And you're planning on going back to school?
I'm thinking on joining a trade school.
Trade school?
Yes.
Tell the jury what it's like day to day now that you don't have your cell phone. Growing up with a person that basically that's the only person you can kind of relate to, because she's the only because that was the only person that was closest to my age. Obviously, I had my friends, but every day I had that person who I could just kind of talk to, just have those conversations you typically kind of don't have with your parents. Just kind of, it's a lot of things I could connect with her, since she was the closest to my age in that household. And how is your mom handling and dealing with the loss of your sister?
The way I see my mother handle this tragedy that happened to us, it's the way I see my mom every day doing her best as being the loving mother that she's always been. She's always taking care of us, despite of us losing our sister, their firstborn child. The fact that all of this happened, herself and my dad, I don't even know how to explain myself. They find a way to keep pushing forward, to continue on with their lives, despite of this tragedy happening to us.
That's what you try.
No questions.
Thank you, sir. You may stand down. Please watch your step.
What am I wrong here? Is this character witnesses, or is this? I thought He's talking about his sister. I don't know. I guess they're calling the witnesses instead of victim.
Not yet.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury room, we're gonna send you back, jury, I think I called you ladies and gentlemen of the jury room. I think I called you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're gonna send you back to the jury room. We, need to find an interpreter. And we had it on schedule. So there's a couple running around the building. We'll find them. But we'll be in recess until we do.
All right.
Please remember your instructions.
All right, so guess that's it. Get this date, I guess. I guess they're gonna. Well, I thought they were gonna move right to the penalty phase. That's how Texas works, right? Yeah, she's calculating time. That's what she's doing. She's got to calculate up that time. All right. Well, at least we're getting somewhere. I'll be right back. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
Ms. Dykes, you are still under oath. Mr. Harris, was there anything you wanted to get on the record?
Yes, go ahead and stand for me, Ms. Dykes. Jury having found you guilty, you understand that I anticipate that the state is about to rest, which means that we have an opportunity to call more witnesses during this phase of trial. And it'll be your opportunity to also testify if you chose to. Do you want to testify during this portion of the trial?
No, sir.
Okay, and you understand you have absolute right to testify, absolute right not to testify.
Pardon me.
And no one, myself, included, can force you to testify, can't keep you from testifying. You made the decision whether or not you're going to testify. Okay, and that is you're not going to testify.
Yes, sir.
I have no question. Mr. Harris, do you plan on calling any witnesses?
No, Judge, I anticipate we're going to rest.
I am working on the charges right now.
Okay. Did you want to make sure you include certain action in there?
Well, I can't.
Their witness specifically said she was in a daze and she acted in a rage. That's what he said. That's evidence toward that sudden passion. If you believe him, that's exactly what he said. She was in a rage. She came in the room in a rage. She was in a daze. What did I do? What did I do? That's sudden passion.
I know, yes, but I believe that she denied doing anything, so.
But they didn't believe her. They didn't believe her. If the jury
I
could
understand
still,
your argument.
I want to be clear. Oh, turn that off, Judge. I'm sorry. I want to be clear what his testimony was and the version that he gave that this jury actually bought is that she came in a rage and killed this woman. And continued to be in a rage until he stopped her, slammed her against the wall. So she's again acting on sudden passion at her house.
All right, well, I will consider that. So we'll be at recess for 5 minutes while I discuss. Judge?
I'm truly sorry about the volume. I had no idea that it was that loud. I'm over here trying to, yeah. Wow, I really apologize. But this dude, he's something else, ain't he? He comes in and now he's pissed off because he lost, right? Look, man, you gotta take that for a minute, cause you ain't relitigating this shit right here. Now it was a crime of passion. Thought she didn't do it. Now you want to say crime of passion? These people are nuts, man, nuts. And let me tell you something. If I was in my lawyer's office and his phone went off and it sounded like that, I'd immediately get up and leave. Forget the retainer. Forget everything. Go get yourself another attorney. That's the worst ringtone I've ever heard in my life. I'll tell you, boy. I'll tell you. This dude, he couldn't say spatter the right way. Nothing. Where do they find these people? She clearly has mental issues. I think she thought that I thought that Mr. Gangsta rapper. I think she thought he was going to play his part, and he didn't. He does what most people do. What are you going to do? You play the game. You don't always win. She was definitely playing the game. Let's be honest. Yeah. This case is something else, man. Something else. God bless this family, man. This shit that they've been through. To lose a 23-year-old little girl, man. Sickens me. It enrages me. Makes me really, really want to hurt somebody. These crimes against women and children don't fly with me, man. I don't know if you could hear it in my voice. This type of shit shakes me. I got some other stressors, and I'm not feeling well as it is. But then you bring this shit along on top of it. I'm literally, it's got me. It's got me, yeah. I'm flustered. It takes a lot to get me like this. Yeah. It takes a lot to get me like this. I don't know this case that well. I can just feel it, though. I can feel the evil, the nasty, disgusting, greedy, all of them. They wanted it all. And look what you got, you greedy sons. Look what you got. I can't wait to watch this judge smoke her. But for a quick minute, I gotta get up. Because I think I have to check my blood pressure. Homie's about to blow. Man, I swear to God. There's certain people in this life, right? That I can't stand. I can't stand liars, cheats, thieves. I can't stand SOs. I can't stand. You know what? I'm just going to leave it there. Like I said, I got to go check my blood pressure. Thank you, Lone Rider. You rock. I appreciate you for hanging in here with me. And I feel it's really disrespectful that I have to keep hopping on. See what happens here. Let her calculate up this time. And smoke this chick. Get her going. She's 65. Ain't gonna take much. Out there in Texas, she's gonna fare so well with them females. The only thing she's gonna have on her side is that she didn't rap. That's the only thing. She took a baby. 23-year-old little girl. Catch yourself messing with the dude. And I'm not saying that every dude is like this. At all. I'm not stigmatizing the thing. But you asked for harder. You want that hard gangster. You want that badass dude who's gonna make his little moves and pops up with a couple hundred here and there, makes you, yeah. And then he's in your pockets, telling you to go to your grandma, your mom. God only knows. These people are disgusting. For anybody who's watching this in the future, I seem nuts right now. I feel nuts right now. So, for that, I can't apologize. This shit drives me nuts. I'm a happy person. I like people. I like talking to people. We're going to do some things. Like I said in the beginning, when I first started doing these lives, I have a bigger agenda here. I just don't want to be that guy who talks about things and they don't materialize. It's just, it's another thing of mine. I just don't like to talk about things and then they not materialize. I'm not a promise everything, deliver nothing person. I deliver to the best of my ability. And I'm going to continue to do that for you. Thank you. Please stick with me. Please. This will get worked out. And you're going to see it. There's going to be big things coming. Beautiful things. And I would like to build a nice community. You know? A nice community where people help each other out. You have any questions? Anything I can do? Anything? Man, I more than happy to help. I have questions. I don't know who to ask. But that's just the way it is. And I'm cool with that. I don't really, people automatically think that if, they help you with something, that, they did something, they deserve something and this and that. I'm not that person. So please don't think that. If you ask me something or talk to me about something, that's where it stays. It goes nowhere else. Not that dude. If you ask me a question about YouTube, I answer it if I can. If I can, I'm going to tell you, I don't know. I don't act like I know everything. And I damn sure don't talk about other people's business. But yeah, with that said, just take this minute, man. I got to. Thank you, ladies and gents, future watchers. Thank you.
On FanDuel Casino, new players get up to $1,000 back and 50 bonus chances at the #1 feeling when
It's looking like we're about to come back. I swear to God, these people are playing mind games with me. Just trying to mess your boy up. Oh, shit. Hold on a minute. Yeah, man, they really are. They're really playing with me. I had to put some I had to throw the light on, get the get a cup of water. A cup. Yeah. Who has cups of water anymore? Remember when? Do you remember when? Times are insane. They've changed so much. But yeah, I was turning on the light, and all this screen action starts to burn your eyes up. Yeah, a little bit. I gotta get some of them blue protectors for the old Christ, everything. But right now, I apologize to my co-host Scully, if he ever would say anything. Talk about a guy that won't talk. Scully. He barely says anything. But yeah, he's up to his old tricks, so I gotta let him do what he does. And throw the cam back on, because I know you all want to see my beautiful face. Trying to figure out what to do with this precious time that that we have, you know. In between these moments. I don't want to take away from the court case. And again, I'm sure 99% is going to get skipped over. Nobody's ever going to hear it. But, you know, I want to do the, I'm trying to figure out a way to not waste this precious time. People don't grasp how precious time is until it's too late. And I don't want to do that to anyone. I don't want to waste anyone's time. So I'm trying to figure out what I can do during these interludes of, hours long. Come on, hours long recesses in between with no content. I'm not putting anything else out. That helps no one. No one. I think we're going to take a whole new approach to this, because this isn't working. And I say that with all due respect to the families. This is a very serious situation. And don't get me wrong, I'll sit here whatever for this, for that little girl who went to that monster. And you know what? You can say what you want. You can disagree with me, say she's this and that. Man, I don't care. She was a baby. And unfortunately, babies are drawn to things of horrible consequence. And I don't think that anyone could get drawn into a more horrible consequence than what she went through. Could you imagine? I can't. And I'm sorry for the family. I really am. And the friends of the victim. It is just, it's unconscionable with these people. They do. They make my blood boil. And they're just dirty, greedy. Dirty and greedy. There's no other way to explain it. They don't deserve. I'm sorry, as I'm for a lot of things that need to be reformed and need to be handled in the world as far as the prison systems and things like that. Who really deserves to be there, who doesn't. What you know, what is a low level crime? What is a man, like, don't get me wrong, yeah, there's definitely levels to it. But they got the levels all up. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, they need to be fixed. I don't know how that's gonna happen. But I know just saying F you to them, it's not the way. Not the way. We gotta find common ground. Unfortunately, we deal with things that are much bigger than us, right? That there's no way that we could ever control. Or could we? Or could we? Could we actually have an amicable discussion, like a real discussion, not get like talked at? I don't know. How about that? That would be good. That'd be a good start. I'm not talking about the cops either. Shit like that. I mean, yeah, well, that definitely has been a problem. Look at Leonard Cure. Poor bastard. Exonerated after I forget, because there's been a few and that I've covered. And I'm delighted to cover them. Nothing more. I can't say nothing, but it's gratifying. It's gratifying to see that someone who's been wrongfully convicted. And shout out to the Innocence Project, man, for real. Shout out to the Innocence Project. They really help out some people. They really do. Yeah, it's time. It's time. Like I said, it's precious. And I think the only way that we're going to find common ground is to actually we have to be the change we want to see. And you have to be willing to have conversations with people, actually spend time. And I'm not talking about like A-list celebrities and they all want to weigh in and things. Don't get me wrong, man. I ain't got no problem with Hollywood, man. Go ahead, Hollywood. Go with your bad self. But it's not my thing. Not my thing. It's shocking that I'm even on here, because I'm not really like I was never really big with the cameras or nothing like that. I'm sure some of that shows through here with my anxiety and stuff levels, especially today. I don't know what to attribute it to. This shit. Or the fact that I'm, probably not being honest with myself about how sick with the flu I still really am. I mean, there's got to be some validity there, right? Just a little bit, maybe. Maybe a little. But, man, yeah, can't just say F everything. Can't say, I'm not saying like, oh, yeah, you should go and, see, like, people think that, like, you gotta be like, here we go. We'll have a discussion about bootlickers later. I'm not one of them. That you can put on everything you love. Everything.
We're ready.
All rise.
You may be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I apologize for this delay. We have been working diligently. Ms. Pittman, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state at this time has no further witnesses. We would like to resubmit our case in chief, and with that, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state rests its punishment case.
All right, the court accepts your offer, and the jury is instructed that you may consider all of the evidence that was presented in the case in chief in the punishment phase. The state having rested, what says the defense in punishment?
Judge, the defense also just wants to re-urge the fact that we would like for the jury to be able to consider the testimony of Charles Beltran during the guilt and innocence phase, and that testimony be considered evidence in the punishment phase. And with that, Your Honor, defense will also rest.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm granting that request, and as the state resubmitted their evidence, you are and are instructed to reconsider Charles Beltran's testimony on direct and cross-examination in its entirety as evidence in the punishment phase.
Judge, and Detective Ramirez's testimony as well.
All right, you will also consider Detective Ramirez's testimony in its entirety as well.
Thank you, Judge.
And the defense rests.
Yes, Your Honor.
What says the state?
The state closes, Your Honor.
Defense also closed, Judge.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you will now hear all of the, you have heard, all of the testimony you're going to hear in the punishment phase of the trial. The court has prepared the two court's charges to the jury in both cases. I will now read those to you, and then we will have arguments of counsel. And I will give each side 20 minutes with a 2-minute warning. Court's charge to the jury, members of the jury. The defendant, Lisa Dykes, was found guilty by you of the offense of murder. The court received and accepted your verdict of guilty, and you will no longer concern yourselves with the innocence or guilt of the defendant. You will now limit your deliberations under all the law and the evidence in this case to the question of punishment, which is now your duty to assess. Sudden passion. Our law provides that at the punishment phase of the trial, wherein the jury determines the punishment to be assessed in the case, the defendant may raise the issue as to whether she caused the death of Marisela Botello Valadez under the immediate influence of sudden passion arising from an adequate cause. Having found the defendant guilty of murder as charged in the indictment, and the said defendant having raised the issue as to whether she caused the death of Marisela Botello Valadez while she was under the immediate influence of sudden passion arising from an adequate cause, it now becomes your duty to decide such issue. The burden of proof on this issue is on the defendant. She must prove by a preponderance of the evidence that she caused the death of Marisela Botello Valadez while she was under the immediate influence of sudden passion arising from an adequate cause. Adequate cause, as used herein, Adequate cause, as used herein, means cause that would commonly produce a degree of anger, rage, resentment, or terror in a person of ordinary temper, sufficient to render the mind incapable of cool reflection. Sudden passion means passion directly caused by and arising out of provocation by the individual killed, or another acting with the person killed, which passion arises at the time of the offense and is not solely the result of a former provocation. Preponderance of the evidence means the greater weight of the credible testimony. Now, if you find and believe by preponderance of the evidence that the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, on or about the 5th day of October 2020 in Dallas County, Texas, caused the death of Marisela Botello Valadez while the defendant was under the immediate influence of a sudden passion arising from an adequate cause, you will answer the issue on the verdict page, yes. If you find and believe from the evidence that the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, did cause the death of Marisela Botello Valadez, but the defendant was not under the immediate influence of sudden passion arising from an adequate cause, or if you find the defendant has failed to prove by a preponderance of the evidence that she caused the death of Marisela Botello Valadez while under the immediate influence of sudden passion arising from an adequate cause, then you will answer the issue on the verdict page, no. The jury's answer on the sudden passion issue submitted must be unanimous, either yes or no. In the event you answer the issue submitted yes, that the defendant did cause the death of Marisela Botello Valadez while under the immediate influence of sudden passion arising from an adequate cause, then you will assess the defendant's punishment at confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for any term of not less than 2 years, nor more than 20 years. In addition, a fine may be imposed not to exceed $10,000. In the event that you answer, in the event you answer the issue submitted no, that the defendant did cause the death of Marisela Botello Valadez, but was not under the influence of sudden passion arising from an adequate cause, you will assess the defendant's punishment at confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for any term of not less than 5 years, nor more than 99 years or life. In addition, a fine may be imposed not to exceed $10,000. The range of punishment. I'm going to remove this paragraph before I give the jury the instruction because that's superfluous on page 3. All right. Evidentiary instructions. You are instructed that in assessing the defendant's punishment, you may take into consideration all of the facts and evidence admitted before you in the full trial in this case, and the law submitted to you in this charge, and the charge heretofore given you by the court. Extraneous offenses or other bad acts. You are instructed that if there is any testimony before you in this case regarding the defendant having committed offenses or bad acts, other than the offense of which you have found the defendant guilty, you may not consider such evidence unless you find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed such offenses or bad acts, if any. The burden is upon the prosecution to prove such extraneous offenses or bad acts beyond a reasonable doubt. The prosecution's proof must exclude all reasonable doubt concerning the extraneous offense or bad act. Therefore, if you find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed an extraneous offense or bad act, then you may consider such evidence in assessing the defendant's punishment. If you do not so find, or if you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant committed an extraneous offense or bad act, then you may not consider such evidence, if any, in assessing punishment. Fifth Amendment right. Our law provides that a defendant may testify in her own behalf if she elects to do so. This, however, is a right accorded a defendant, and in the event she elects not to testify, that fact cannot be taken as a circumstance against her. In this case, the defendant has elected not to testify in the punishment phase, and you are instructed that you cannot and must not refer or allude to that fact throughout your deliberations or take it into consideration for any purpose whatsoever as a circumstance against her. Instruction regarding parole. The length of time for which a defendant is in prison may be reduced by the award of parole. Under the law applicable in this case, if the defendant is sentenced to a term of imprisonment, the defendant will not become eligible for parole until the actual time served equals 1/2 of the sentence imposed, or 30 years, whichever is less. If the defendant is sentenced to a term of less than 4 years, the defendant must serve at least 2 years before the defendant is eligible for parole. Eligibility for parole does not guarantee that parole will be granted. It cannot accurately be predicted how parole law might be applied to this defendant if sentenced to a term of imprisonment, because the application of the law will depend on decisions made by parole authorities. You may consider the existence of the parole law. You are not to consider the manner in which the parole law may be applied to this particular defendant. Conclusory instructions. You are further instructed that your verdict must be unanimous and shall be arrived at by due deliberation and not by drawing lots or any method of chance, nor shall you add any combination of figures and divide the answer thereto. You are the exclusive judges of the facts proved, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight to be given the testimony, but you are bound to receive the law from the court, which is herein given you, and be governed thereby. During your deliberations in this case, you must not consider, discuss, or relate any matters not in evidence before you, nor should you consider or mention any personal knowledge or information you may have about any fact or person connected in this case, which is not shown by the evidence. You are instructed that any statement of counsel made during the course of the trial or during argument not supported by evidence, or statements of law made by counsel not in harmony with the law as stated to you in the court in these instructions, are to be wholly disregarded. You are instructed not to use any cellular device, smartphone, computer, or tablet during your deliberations. If you have a verdict, or if you wish to have a break, turn on the red light and the bailiff will quickly respond. And it will be signed by me, Nancy Holder, Judge. At some point. All right. The next one. Court's charge to the jury. Members of the jury. By your verdict, you have found Lisa Dykes, the defendant, guilty of the offense of tampering with physical evidence as charged in the indictment. The court has received and accepted your verdict of guilty, and you will no longer concern yourselves with the innocence or guilt of the defendant, and shall now limit your deliberations under all the law and evidence in this case to the question of punishment, which is now your duty to assess. Just notice the title. The punishment for tampering with physical evidence is confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a term of not more than 20 years nor less than 2 years. In addition, you may impose a fine not to exceed $10,000. You are further instructed that in determining the defendant's punishment, you may take into consideration all of the facts shown by the evidence submitted before you in the full trial of this case and the law submitted to you
I'm gonna
in
need
the
some
charge.
paperwork for this one.
The sentence that is assessed must be either served or probated, and the jury may not provide that a portion of a sentence be served and the balance probated. You are instructed that the court will determine the terms and conditions of community supervision, if any, and may, at any time during the period of community supervision, alter or modify those conditions. Fifth Amendment right. Our law provides that a defendant may testify in her own behalf if she elects to do so. This, however, is a right accorded a defendant, and in the event she elects not to testify, that fact cannot be taken as a circumstance against her. In this case, the defendant has elected not to testify in the punishment phase, and you are instructed that you cannot and must not refer or allude to that fact throughout your deliberations or take it into consideration for any purpose whatsoever as a circumstance against her. Community supervision.
Scully,
In this
you ready?
case, the defendant has filed an application in writing under oath stating that she has never before been convicted of a felony and has requested that the imposition of any sentence imposed be suspended and that she be placed on community supervision.
I've been ready all damn day.
Community supervision
Thank you
means
to the two
placement
that are
of
in
the
here.
defendant by a
Really
court
appreciate
under
you.
a
Sorry, I didn't
continuum
see
of
it.
programs and
I don't see
sanctions
nothing going on.
with conditions
Chance.
imposed by the court for a specified period during which a sentence of imprisonment, fine, or imprisonment and fine is probated, and the imposition of a sentence is suspended in whole or in part. Supervision officer means a person appointed or employed to supervise defendants placed on community supervision. Our law provides that if you find the defendant has never before been convicted of a felony in this case, in this or any other state, and you assess the defendant's punishment at confinement for a term of not more than 10 years, you may recommend that the defendant be granted community supervision. If you recommend in your verdict that the defendant be granted
I don't think
community
that's gonna happen.
supervision, then the law requires the court to place
That's
the
it.
defendant on community supervision. If the defendant is placed on community supervision, the court shall determine the conditions of community supervision and may, at any time during the period of supervision, alter or modify the conditions. The court may impose, but is not limited to, the following conditions. A, commit no offense against the laws of this state or any other state or of the United States. B, avoid injurious or vicious habits. C, report to community supervision and corrections department as directed by the judge or the community supervision officer and obey all rules and regulations of the community supervision and corrections department. D, permit the community supervision officer to visit her at her home or elsewhere. E, work faithfully at suitable employment as far as possible. F, remain within a specified place, to wit, Dallas County, Texas. G, pay the fine, if one is assessed, and all court costs, whether a fine be assessed or not, in one or several sums, and make restitution or reparation in any sum that the court shall determine. H, support her dependents, if any. I, submit to testing for alcohol or controlled substances. J, submit to electronic monitoring. K, participate for a time specified by the court in any community-based program, including a community service work program. Whether you do or do not recommend community supervision for the defendant is a matter that rests within the sound discretion of the jury. However, if you do recommend community supervision, the court is required by law to follow the jury's recommendation. The parole law in this second jury charge is the same as in the first. The law regarding extraneous acts and the concluding instructions are also the same. And I did neglect to go over the verdict forms in the murder case. I will do that next. In the tampering with physical evidence case, the jury forms read as follows. We, the jury, having found the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the offense of tampering with physical evidence as charged in the indictment, assess her punishment at confinement in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for blank. There, your presiding juror will fill in a minimum of 2 years and any number up to, including 20 years. And there is an option, in addition thereto, assess a fine in the amount of anywhere from 0 but not to exceed $10,000. Or, we, the jury, having found the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the offense of tampering with physical evidence as charged in the indictment, assess her punishment at confinement in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for, and there is a blank for the presiding juror to put in a minimum 2, but no more than 10 years. And we, the jury, having assessed the punishment of the defendant at not more than 10 years confinement in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, and having further found she has never been convicted of a felony, we do recommend that the imposition of her sentence be suspended and she be placed on community supervision. In addition thereto, we assess a fine in the amount of blank, anywhere from 0 up to $10,000. And there is a spot, we further recommend that the fine be, here you would put paid, probated, or not applicable. And there are spaces for the presiding juror to sign his or her name. Now, going back to the punishment verdict in the murder case, I'm going to go over the verdict forms with you. Verdict form on sudden passion. The first one reads, we, the jury, having heretofore found the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, guilty of the offense of murder as charged in the indictment, further find and believe by a preponderance of the evidence that the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, caused the death of Marisela Botello while the defendant was under the immediate influence of sudden passion arising from an adequate cause, and therefore unanimously answer the issue, yes. Or,
Wow, they're giving her
jury,
the
having
option.
heretofore found the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, guilty of the offense of murder
This is crazy.
as charged in the indictment, do
I didn't
not
know
find
you-
and believe by a preponderance of the evidence that the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, caused the death of Marisela Botello while the defendant was under the immediate influence of sudden passion arising from an adequate cause, and therefore unanimously answer the issue, no. The last verdict, is this the last one? No, maybe actually more. All right. Verdict form, finding sudden passion. We, the jury, having heretofore found the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, guilty of the offense of murder as charged in the indictment, but further find from a preponderance of the evidence that such offense occurred while the defendant was under the immediate influence of sudden passion arising from adequate cause, assess her punishment at blank, no more than 20 years or less than 10 years, confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, and a fine of anywhere from 0 up to $10,000. Verdict form, finding no sudden passion. We, the jury, having heretofore found the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, guilty of the offense of murder as charged in the indictment, and not having found by a preponderance of the evidence that such offense occurred while the defendant was under the immediate influence of sudden passion arising from adequate cause, assess her punishment at blank. Here you can put life or not more than 99 years or less than 5 years. confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, and a fine of blank, anywhere from $0 to $10,000. Under each of these verdict forms is a place for the presiding juror to sign and print his or her name. I will make these corrections, and we will have arguments of counsel. Will the state open?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, before we really go in, you hear a whole lot. You're going to have these back there with you, these jury charges, right? That's a whole lot you just heard. And some of it, I don't think we covered nearly as much in jury selection. But we talked a lot about the punishment, right? Having that tool bag, right? That's the way Texas law works. It provides jurors with a tool bag, and you've got a wide range. And the reason for that is we allow the jury to assess punishment and give you all the tools because you don't know anything. And that way you can go back there with every single tool available, right? The law allows things like sudden passion to come in whenever the defense requests it and there's any evidence, whether it's credible or not, okay? And we know it's not credible, okay? So you'll be able to read back over that when I cover something on sudden passion, but I just really want to make sure that you understood the verdict forms. So when you put back to those verdict forms, when we're talking about the murder case, you have the sudden passion verdict forms first, okay? You can, when you don't find sudden passion, you're going to skip right over that first part. And you're going to say, in that next part, there, right there, no to sudden passion, okay? Once you do that, you come back to the very end, and that's where you're assessing punishment between 5 and 99 or life. I'll say on both of them, there's a $10,000 fine that's optional. There's no need to worry about that. It doesn't go to the victim's family, it doesn't go to anybody like that. So there's no need to concern yourself with any kind of fine, okay? But you have that full tool there if you need it. When we're talking about the tampering charge, again, it gets a little confusing because, like we talked about in jury selection, tampering is 2 years in prison up to 20 years in prison, and that if someone's never been convicted of a felony, now you've got probation as an option as well. You're not never get to probation in this case, but it's there as a tool to consider. And so you have one there on the first form. That's where you're going to stop. That's where, if you're just assessing prison time, not probation, it's that first page. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about sudden passion. We got brought up just briefly in jury selection, and not something I touched on really at all, because it's not really a credible thing in this case. Right? The key component here in sudden passion is adequate cause. You've heard that read, right? It's cause that would commonly produce a degree of anger, rage, resentment, terror, and a person of ordinary temper, right? You all, the ordinary person, sitting in this jury box, sufficient to render your mind incapable of cool reflection. So apply that to this case. Someone of ordinary temper, you all, in their shoes, right? That you're married in an open marriage, in an open relationship with a boy toy that lives in another bedroom that you know is constantly out with other women, and that you go from your bedroom all the way to a kitchen, and you get a knife, and you come in while they're asleep and not doing a thing.
There's no evidence that she ever went to no kitchen.
Overall, the jury will recall the testimony as they heard it.
Maybe she sleeps holding a knife. Where'd she get the knife? She goes and gets a knife and comes in to two people asleep, climbs on top of one, and stabs her to death. Sudden passion is absolutely ridiculous and offensive. I think you all know that. We talked in jury selection. Why do we punish? I think I heard a lot of answers from this group. Not everyone. But I know you all wrote it down. I know you all thought about it. Think about it again. Why? We talked in jury selection, right? Should a sentencing verdict on punishment take the victim into consideration? Why? I know many of you said yes. You should. Now you understand why. That someone like Marisela Botello nowadays
23-year-old young woman can take a brief vacation to Dallas, go out to Deep Ellum, and never make it home. A completely innocent person who had so much life to give, who had goals, who was working, who had a family that loved her, who will never see her again, who didn't even get a proper burial of their daughter. Why? Because on Post Oak Road in Wilmer, just south of Dallas, someone catching feral cats finds her skull because this defendant threw her out like trash. She had to be laid on an autopsy table like this. That's why we take that into consideration. Because that's what she was capable of doing.
Disgusting human beings.
And then on top of all
Damn.
that, hoping that no one ever finds her, knows that when she gets in trouble, right, rushes, she sees her wife arrested, in Miami, takes off to Orlando, and texts her son Kyle, same one she tells don't show up because of that subpoena. This is my burner. I'm turning off the other so it doesn't ping. Text Charles, love her, right? I'm trying to get the money off of Nina. I need to get out of here. Someone who's cold and calculated to the point that she makes the bond and tampers with that ELM to the point that it doesn't even send a tamper notice, had created an LLC, applied for a lost passport, and makes it all the way across the world. What is that worth? To do all of those things, what is that worth here in Dallas County? Ladies and gentlemen, I know you will go back there and do the right thing. No doubt that. This family deserves justice. This county deserves justice. Lisa Dykes deserves justice. Let's go back there and render that justice.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. All right, Mr. Harris.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for taking time to serve as jurors. Without you, this system does not work. Won't quarrel with your verdict. I understand you've made your decision. And because you've made your decision, you're still obligated to follow the law. Now, your decision was obviously made based on the testimony of Charles Beltran. You found him credible. You found what he said about what happened to Marisela credible. That this was a vicious murder that happened over in Mesquite. But more importantly, what he told you and what the detective said he told them, she was jealous, she was obsessed. That's the evidence that you believed. That's the evidence that you found credible from the witness stand, that this was a crime of passion. We submit to you it's sudden passion. Based on everything that you've heard from Mr. Beltran, what did he tell you about her condition? Because you believe him. Now you have to apply the law to what he said, that this was a crime of rage. This was a crime of resentment. This was a crime of anger. That's what he told you. That's what led you to believe that she was a murderer. But the circumstance in which she caused that murder, again, because he's saying she's obsessed with him. And it's not just that once again he has a girl in the house. She just spent all this money taking him and his friends to Arkansas for this show, paying for the band. She's had plastic surgery, facelifts. She's done all these things, according to him, because she's obsessed with him.
100%.
She's jealous. That's what they're saying. This crime happened because she's jealous. That's what they've all said from the beginning. Now they want to run from it because the law says if there was an adequate cause, if they're based on resentment, anger, that's what he told you happened. That's what he told you. She was out of control to the state where he had to slam her up against the wall to shake her out of it. That's sudden passion. She's out of control. Anger, rage, resentment. How dare y'all be in here again? I just did all this for you. That's what he said. That's the evidence you found credible. That's sudden passion. That's sudden passion.
This dude was horrible.
Everything that she did for him during that
Trying to
period
be a
of time.
closer, and he
Everything that she was doing.
shitting the bed
The
on that.
cars, the tattoos, all these things that she's doing, and you're still bringing women over here. So it wasn't just about the women, it was about everything that made her and all these other women that they drug in here obsessed with him. That's
Not-
sudden passion.
Nothing else
Told you,
mattered.
I never seen her act like that before.
Please.
Never seen her act like that before. She doesn't have a history of violence. Never seen her act like that before. For some reason, she lost it that night. That's sudden passion. That's what you heard from the witness stand. Remember, after he slams her against the wall to shake her out of it, he says what? She was in a daze. She was in a daze.
Sure she was.
She's in a daze. What did I do? What have I done? That's sudden passion. That's our law. You can't disregard it just because they say you should disregard it. That's what they were going on. That was the whole theme of the case, that she did this old woman dealing with this young boy is now jealous because he's continued to bring young women to her house where she's taking care of him. That's what this whole case was about. Now they want to run from it? Can't run from the law. She knows that now. You know that. It's right here. It's right here.
She knows it now.
And again, it's not about, well...
Oh, they ratted on her.
It is about simply...
She wasn't taking nothing.
You know,
Get out of here.
But at the end of the day, you have to apply the law that you said is credible. You said that Charles Beltran was credible when he gave the final version that he gave. When the detectives told you that, he said she was jealous. He told you she was jealous. He went further to say, not just jealous, obsessed. Obsessed. Never seen her like that. Snap out of it. What did I do? That's sudden passion. And I'm going to ask, I'm not going to address the tampering. I mean, you said, because at the end of the day, you as a juror, which we told you during the board hour, you determine how much weight you give every evidence, you determine what's credible. Based on your verdict, you said that you believe that they tampered with the body. I don't have any quarrel with that, ladies and gentlemen. All I'm asking you to do is continue to follow the law. And the law and the evidence in this case dictate that this was a crime of passion, that it was sudden passion, something that she wouldn't ordinarily have done in her 60 years. It's sudden passion, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to ask that you find her guilty, or you've already found her guilty, but we're going to ask that you punish her in accordance to the jealous rage, the anger, the resentment that she displayed on the night this happened, based on the testimony that you have rendered credible from Mr. Beltran. And we thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Homie thinks he's slick. Taking it down a notch. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there are some crimes that are committed. They're so cold and callous in the nature and the way that they were committed, and so sinister in the character and human nature that was required to commit that crime, that it deserves a maximum punishment. A maximum punishment, and that, in this case, is life. I'm sure, I mean, there are hundreds of murders committed each year. And the way that Mr. Harris described the sudden passion law and tried to explain it to you is if you were angry and in a rage, you could kill someone and get lesser sentence. And that's just not the case. Read the actual sudden passion law, and it's very specific in its requirements. A cause that would commonly produce a degree of anger, rage, resentment, or terror in a person, right there, of ordinary temper. Of ordinary temper. Okay? Miss Dykes is not a person of ordinary temper. Miss Dykes found out in an open relationship that her wife slept with Mr. Beltran, already knowing that that had happened, and said, I'm going to make her my bitch. That's not a person of ordinary temper. Sufficient to render the mind incapable of cool reflection. As Mr. Brown pointed out, unless she is sleeping with a knife and always ready to commit murder, that's not what happened here. She was in her bedroom. I'm sure she heard Mr. Beltran, Chuck, and Marisela come into the house, go into his room. I'm sure she heard the music, maybe some laughing, maybe some other things, and she waited that entire time until the noise was gone and there was no more music and she knew they were asleep, and she knew that was the time that she could go in there and make her point to Chuck that he belonged to her. That's not sudden passion. So just put that out of your mind. As I said to you before, some crimes themselves are of such a sinister and cold nature that they deserve a maximum sentence of life. And then when you take into account this family over here and the pain and suffering that they had to go through every day, hoping, praying on their knees to God, please let her come home. Luis misses his big sister that was there for him, the one person in that household that was his age that he could talk to, that he could bounce stuff off of, that taught him to achieve more, to strive harder, to graduate from school, to get yourself a degree or a trade, go to trade school, do something with yourself. She's gone because this woman right here wanted to be in control. Marisela never even met her. She never had a chance because she was asleep when she came in that room and stabbed her with that knife. That crime right there deserves life. But that's not even it. You heard her testifying guilt, innocence. Now, I didn't expect her to admit to anything. I knew that wasn't going to happen. But the callous nature with which she talked about Marisela, just like she was just anybody, just a nobody. Just a nobody. And the fact that she sat up there, she's been manipulating people for years now. Manipulating the system, running, using her knowledge of the legal system, not for good, not to help, but to save her own self. And to watch her sit up there and try to manipulate you all and everyone else in this room and every member of the community that's watching this just tells you what kind of person Lisa Dykes is. That's the kind of person there is no rehabilitation for. There's no need for rehabilitation for Miss Dykes. It's just not necessary. She had all the tools to do the right things in life and to lead a good life without murdering an innocent 23-year-old. Send her a message. Let her know. Let the citizens of Dallas County know, and that family, let them know with your verdict of life in prison what Marisela means and what her life means. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Pittman. All right, Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will retire to consider your punishment verdicts in each case. I made this correction in reprinting the tampering with physical evidence punishment charge. I see that some of you have your notes. As you know, you need to leave them in your chairs before you go back and begin your deliberations in punishment. It is up to you to decide how long you wish to deliberate this evening as a group. And then our two alternates will, of course, have to wait in Judge Bennett's jury room. All right. You are now retired to consider your punishment verdict.
All right.
You can go ahead and take it, and I'll hand it to you then.
Boy, I'll tell you what, man. This is crazy. So, obviously, as you heard, they're going to be shortly going into the back and deciding her fate. See what goes on. I'm going to take a bathroom break and decide to either cut this here and restart the stream. Again, I don't think they're going to be long, but I didn't think they were going to be long last time. 2 hours isn't too long, but it was long. It was long enough, I'll tell you that. I'm going to make my decision within the next, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Get up, go to the bathroom, do a couple things. And I'll be back. Put it back on the screen in case something pops up and I'm away from it. But I will return. I appreciate you being here. Thank you.
This holiday season, it's gonna be busy. It's gonna be emotional. But it's gonna be worth it. With McCormick, it's gonna be great.
Yeah. I made a decision. We're just gonna stay strapped in and keep going with it. There's no legitimate reason to stop now. 7 hours and 22 minutes into this. Think this might be officially the longest stream I've ever done yet. I know I'm not gonna pull out now. So we'll see what happens, man. Hopefully, I'm gambling on them coming back, and coming back swiftly, like probably within the hour. I don't see them dragging this out. It took them 2 hours to decide that whatever, and not whatever. Obviously, her guilt. It's not going to take long to hand down her sentence, and as long as we think this takes, imagine how they feel. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe there's some, maybe there's a couple bleeding hearts there. They're gonna throw her that bone and give her the old, what you call it? What is it? Give her the old. It's gonna be a couple bleeding hearts. Give her the that old sadness. She was mad. Yeah. You know what? I'm sure you are. I'm sure you are, lady. 57 years old, acting like you're 17. Trying to do what you were doing. This greedy, dirty old lady, man. You wanted everything. You wanted it all. Well, you had it all. Now you're, you are what you are. And it is what it is. I thank you for being here. Oh, lost one. That's all right. I thank you for being here for as long as you are. And the person who's here now, I thank you. And you, and you, and you. And you in the future. And, But, yeah. We'll see what happens. I would absolutely have a conversation with someone. I'll drop a link. If anybody wants to come in, just let me know in the chat. You definitely come in. I'll drop the link. Matter of fact, I think I might just drop the link anyway. Yeah, you know what? Why don't we do that? Let's have a chat about it. Hold on a second. See, some more goofy shit happened here the last time. That's all right. Boom. Chat's in the link. You can go in, throw something in the personal chat. Let me know who you are, whatever's going on or whatever. Obviously, not gonna be like keen to just letting somebody out right away. And I do have some things in place to kind of help out with that. So yeah. If you want to chat, if you want to whatever, throw it in the back chat, pop in the old what you call it, And, yeah, we'll get something going. Get something going. I'm gonna shut this down. But shut this camera off. Kick my feet up for a minute. Switch position. Cause yeah. But let me know, man. Woman, man, woman. Whoever you be. You're definitely gonna have to throw something in the back chat if you come in, because I'm not gonna hear it with my mic muted up. I don't know. I don't know how long. Yeah. If you go in, hit that link. If you go in, hit that link, and it'll say back chat. You go ahead onto that. You'll get it. It's simple. Oh shit. There you go. We might have something. Yeah, I figured it'd be quick. I don't know. Let's see what goes on here. Oh shit. My apologies. My apologies. Just gotta be able to monitor the regular chat because I have it expanded, and you can't see that without without another source. So here's my real co-host. Just rolled up, took my spot. That's all right. It's all right. The yeah, hopefully this means something. Either they're gonna break for the night or see some sparks fly, boy. You know, this YouTube stuff is crazy, man. You know? Yeah, I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm not one for all that. So I ain't even going to start that. But it is. So, my advice to you, and you should probably apply this to life, just in general. Definitely. You should. Not probably. You definitely should. Keep a little bit of a secret. You know, not a secret, but, you know, just, I don't know how to explain the way, the way things go where I'm from, right? You're very careful. You're very careful the way you move. And I suggest anybody out here, any new creator, yeah, do that. Be very, very strategic. And I don't mean in like a devious way. I mean, if that's what you want to do, then that's on you. But I'm saying just in general, move accordingly. Because otherwise you're going to have things happen. Yeah, just weird. It's just a weird space sometimes. There are good people. There's a lot of good people here. And everybody who has stopped by here, I appreciate. Everybody who hasn't yet, I appreciate. Like I said in the chat, thank you. I'm eternally grateful. I'll tell you what, though, for real. This world's crazier than a ShopRite boxer or a can of mixed nuts. I mean, seriously, think about that. To go through all of that, right? To please someone else. Just to feel like you're I can't imagine. I don't know. And you know what? I can't even call it that. Can't even call it that. What do you call it? Seriously, what do you call it? Sanity. She's got an open marriage with another woman, right? Which is fine. That's absolutely fine. Crazy idea. Moved to Pennsylvania to, or however, whatever happened there, so they could do that, right? Change their name. I don't know. I'm not. What do I know? Yeah, maybe that's what you're supposed to do. I have no idea. God bless. Whatever. That's on you. It's your decision. Again, not mine. Not my life. I'm not worried about that. The crazy. Yeah, it's just the whole thing's crazy. The whole thing's crazy. And if she really wasn't fit of rage, which I do believe she was, but I don't think she came into music like my man was saying. And if she did, there might have been some opera going on that she really wasn't ready to hear. I think she wasn't ready for that that opera that was going on. Talking music. Nah. Mm-mm. There was no music. First there was music, then there was I'm not sure. My thoughts and prayers are out to the family. It's tough. I don't want to. I don't. I'm not trying to. Yeah, I'm not trying to clown on anyone or anyone's family. That's just disgusting. At the same time, I wanted to say it right then and there. He's yeah. That was So apparently, I'm guessing from what I heard, she was asleep, and he was asleep as well, which is even crazier. How long was she in the house? What was she doing? Was she waiting for them to go to sleep? We may never know. I'll be right back. I gotta use the facility. Oh, shit. Here we go. Here we go, yo.
All right.
All right. All right, all right, all right. Let's go. Get your pens and paper, boys and girls. Come one, come all. Come to the... I don't know. Yo.
You may be seated.
Got my pen and paper.
The court has received your verdicts in punishment.
Oh, shit.
All right, Ms. Dykes, please stand.
Stand up, Dykes.
The first verdict reads as follows. We, the jury, having heretofore found the defendant, Lisa Jo Dykes, guilty of the offense of murder as charged in the indictment, and not having found by a preponderance of the evidence that such offense occurred while the defendant was under the immediate influence of sudden passion arising from adequate cause, assess her punishment at life in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice and a fine of $10,000. The second verdict reads as follows. We, the jury, having found the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the offense of tampering with physical evidence as charged in the indictment, assess her punishment at confinement in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for 20 years. In addition thereto, assess a fine in the amount of $10,000. Both verdicts are signed by the presiding juror. Mr. Harris, is there any reason in law why your client cannot now be sentenced?
There is not, Judge.
That it is the order and judgment and decree of the court in cause number F2175476, Lisa Jo Dykes, in conforming with the jury's verdict, I hereby sentence you to life in prison and a fine of $10,000. In cause number F2175651, tampering with physical evidence, I sentence you to 20 years in prison and a fine of $10,000. I order you taken by the sheriff and by her safely held until you can be transferred to an authorized receiving agent to begin your sentence in TDCJ. Ms. Dykes, I hope that you find that you've been treated with a much greater amount of dignity and respect than you ever treated Marisela Botello.
Them's the
May God
facts.
have mercy on your soul. That concludes this hearing. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you so much for your jury service. This does conclude your service. If you would retire to the jury room, I will help give you my personal thanks, answer any questions you may have, and I know for the young prosecutors, any tips or constructive criticism.
Greed, man. The greed.
And the defense may want to come and visit with you as well about their presentation. So.
You wanted to play. You wanted to play that game. You wanted to be that little kid.
What? Oh, I'll bring this back. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Granny got spanked today. Good. Good. Yeah. He's looking around like, man, I don't know if I'm going to get another case after this at all.
Oh, yes, I'll come back. You want go to visit with them at all? Okay, and I don't know if they want to
Jessica, they call her.
How's she gonna pay me?
Yeah, I mean, I assume that are they gonna do victim impact statement? I don't know, I'm gonna find out real quick.
You don't know. You could care less. To him, the only victim here is her and his damn career. His career just took a murder shot too. Into that performance.
Is there victim impact? Just one. Okay. I'm gonna visit with them, let them go, and then we can do victim impact. Okay. Okay. All right. You all can come back and visit with them as well if you want to. Okay.
Out of respect, man, to the family, we are going to stick through this victim impact statement. I'm not backing out now. It's one. It's only one. And you know what? That girl and her family, they deserve it. I'm definitely sticking through this. Good. Life plus 20, right? Yeah, life plus 20. Good. She deserves every bit of that money. She deserves every bit of that money. And they ought to have the camera on her, too. Should have had the camera on her face. The whole time. Tired of this shit. Able to hide your face, man. Better work your way up and get some federal charges. Shit. Quit being a punk. Quit doing dumb shit. What is wrong with people? What are we doing? Like, really, what are we doing? And when we see people that act like this, I know I don't associate with nobody that acts like that. Nah, beat it. Beat it. That is there's the perfect example of, I guess you want to call it clout chaser. Dude, she was chasing with clout. She wanted to, like, you know, she was willing to do anything. Anything. I mean, she put a studio in her house. Come on. He's a rapper. You're married. You got this lady was doing too much. She was just doing too much. Life plus 20. Shit's up. Please. Man, she's lucky. She's lucky she ain't getting bring back the gallows. That's what I'm saying. Bring back the gallows. Done with these people. 23-year-old kid. She's 57 at the time. She had that girl's life clocked by 2. And then some. An officer. Because she didn't approve of that one? Wow. You're dirty. You're disgusting. First of all, you're just disgusting in general. But then to do that on that level, you're just you're a filthy creature, a waste of life. I don't know what happened to you along the way, but like the judge said, have mercy on your Lord, have mercy on your soul. Because I won't give about you. What a way to go, man. What a way to go. Horrible, man. That's horrible. Go to sleep like that. Oh, here we go with this shit. What are they doing to me? You're sending me in a straight panic mode right now, guys. what's going on. Give me 1 second, guys. Oh, shit. Let me figure out what's going on. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second.
Not to help, but to save her own. You may proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, before we really go in, you hear a whole lot. You're going to have these back there with you, these jury charges, right? That's a whole lot you just heard, and some of it I don't think we covered nearly as much in jury selection. But we talked a lot about the punishment, right? Having that tool bag, right? That's the way Texas law works. It provides jurors with a tool bag, and you've got a wide range. And the reason for that is we allow the jury to assess punishment and give you all the tools if you don't know anything, and that way you can go back there with every single tool available, right? The law allows things like sudden passion to come in whenever the defense requests it, and there's any evidence, whether it's credible or not, okay? And we know it's not credible, okay? So you'll be able to read back over that. I'm going to cover something on sudden passion, but I just really want to make sure that you understood the verdict forms. So when you flip back to those verdict forms, when we're talking about the murder case, you have the sudden passion verdict forms first, okay? You can, when you don't find sudden passion, you're going to skip right over that first part. And you're going to say, in that next part, there, right there, no to sudden passion, okay? Once you do that, you come back to the very end, and that's where you're assessing punishment between 5 and 99 or life. I'll say on both of them, there's a $10,000 fine that's optional. There's no need to worry about that. It doesn't go to the victim's family, it doesn't go to anybody like that. So there's no need to concern yourself with any kind of fine, okay? But you have that full tool there if you need it. When we're talking about the tampering charge,
All right, you guys.
again, it gets a little confusing because
It's looking
when we talk
like,
about jury selection, tampering is 2 years in prison up to 20 years in prison, and that if someone's never been convicted of a felony, now you've got probation as an option as well.
Looking like it's a
You're not
wrap.
gonna get to probation in this case, but it's there as a tool to consider. And so you have one there on the first form. That's where you're going to stop. That's where, if you're just assessing prison time, not probation, it's that first page. Okay.
So
So let's talk a little bit about sudden passion. We got brought up just briefly in jury.
yeah. So if they come back, if they come back, I'll come back. I mean, it's not looking good right now, at all. I don't know why I'm stuck on that. I guess StreamYard's wigging out on me, I guess, probably too. But I know it's not coming back on. That I could deal with, actually. But this, I'm reloading it. I'm not getting anything. Well, they have one victim impact statement left. And that was going to be it. If they come back, I'm definitely going to come back for that. I'll keep an eye for it. Yeah, I apologize. I don't know what happened there. I really don't. I don't know what's going on my screen right now. Why I'm jammed up with this layout, because I'm definitely not on that. Take myself out. Myself back. with. So, and then I move it to that. What is it? Why is it doing that? Oh well. Yeah. That's what it is. It's called exhaustion. It's perfectly fine. We'll refresh this one more time. And yeah, if it's not on, it's not on. All right. I don't know what I don't know what happened with my thing, why my face is on the other side. Or no, I know exactly why my face is on the other side. I'm going nuts now. All right, that's enough. This has been too much. 8 hours and 22 minutes, 17 seconds, 18. Oh, God. Thank you very much for being here, coming, and anyone who watches later on. I really do appreciate you. This has been a tough case, and man, my eyes are peeled. The screen has me peeled. I'm out. God bless all the best. Love yourself, love each other. Till the next time. South Philly.